so.
And I apologize beforehand if I'm more silent or less participative as I usually am, just because, yeah, you all know that I'm trying to regather myself.
No, that's fine. The only thing is that your mic is currently coming through a bit quieter than everyone else's. Um,
It is
yeah,
okay.
just a little bit.
Let me see.
Hmm. Yeah,
Is it better, like if I use the headset instead of the external?
it's definitely louder. The sound quality is a bit different, but it's definitely
Yeah.
louder, and we can hear you clearly. It's up to you. I don't mind the other one either. I just wanted to let you know. Um,
How about now?
it's back to the previous.
No, it's back to the previous,
Oh
but
no, that's
I
better, better, better. Like when you
okay. I
spoke out
just
louder,
increased
it was
the.
was
Uh
good.
huh. Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Right. I'm quiet. I'm quieter because I am quieter actually, but
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
be louder.
All right. So welcome back, everyone. Let me pull up this here. You guys ready to start?
Ready?
All right. Now, last we left off, you had retired to the quaint interior of the Stormcrow Tavern and regrouped there after an eventful evening in the Siren's Repose, a brothel in the city. The chamber below was warm, a fire crackled in the hearth, while outside the wind banged against the shutters, trying and failing to blow the cold inside. Delana, the woman who works at the tavern, had already gone home. It was just Finn sat behind the counter, having a nightcap, reading a book, serving his last customers, and waving you in. You took up residence in the large chamber upstairs, where Kor sat beside Tani, who was still bound, on the bed, and Barnack lounged in a nearby chair. A smaller fire was alive there in the hearth as well, spreading a warm glow throughout an otherwise darkened room. And just then, the door creaked open, and Jean-Jacques came back from speaking with his friend Arby, and at last Turnock also returned, his master Ko nowhere to be seen. But this is the way that the Ashenhearts reunited and still had one thing left to discuss: what to do with Tani. So in that warm, cozy room, Tani seemingly back to her senses, I just wanted to ask you guys, what was it that you actually chose to do after Tani's seeming fit of rage brought on by the gauntlets that she wears? How did you guys choose to proceed for the night before we move on to the main course in the Arcana Quisitas?
Well, for me, it was mostly just seeing if she's okay, like if she should be all right, and if that's a pattern, I would just untie her, like, you know, just wait a bit and recommend that she rested after we untied her, and for me, that's it. I
Okay.
don't know if you guys would want to do anything different.
We did discuss last time that maybe we should somehow look into ways to remove the curse, and maybe Mrs. Gold can help. I remember that conversation.
That is true.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
but
said we'd talk to her and see if she can do anything about it.
yeah,
Okay.
but it was mostly just for that moment, actually, right? So uh, yeah, for that moment, just untie her.
Okay. Okay. So
Uh,
Yeah.
you guys talk a little bit more. Maybe Core wanted some reassurances, but eventually, everyone's on board. Tani, you get untied, and presumably each of you can then return to your own chambers or to whichever chambers that you chose to share to save on some costs. Um, and from there, spend a night considering what ultimately turned out to be quite a long day, in which many things happened and you learned many things about each other and about yourselves. But then, of course, eventually the morning came, and you awoke to a posticcia covered in a thin layer of ice and snow. Occasionally you heard a loud thud as a layer of the snowy covering let go of the shingles on the rooftops nearby, crashing to the ground. If you poked your nose out the door or out of a window, you would immediately feel icy cold air dry your lips and enter your lungs. It's a cold day. It's not a welcoming day. It's a day that typically you might prefer to spend in front of a fire, but not knowing what else might be in store for you, you still had several plans already lined up, including picking up your new formal clothing from Madame Reynard's boutique, as well as setting out for the Arcana Acquisitas and figuring out if you indeed wished to enter into a contract with the mysterious Basil. Of course, you picked up your clothes, and if you wanted to, you could each subtract an additional 2 guilders from your inventory to purchase a very warm wintry cloak that you could immediately wear over your regular gear in the face of this new cold weather that seems to have descended upon Postizia. Now, you had to walk a little bit. Sorry?
I just said I'll take that deal.
Okay, no, that's fine. So yeah, feel free
me
to
too.
subtract 2 guilders and add a warm winter cloak to your inventory.
Actually, I said me too, but not me too. I mean, it's not that I'm resistant to cold, but I'm pretty used to it, and it's not like turn off fuse it the same way that other people do. So I'm not,
Sure. So, with those of you who wanted to, wrapped up in something warm, you decided to set out and try to find your way back to the Arcana Acquisitas, that mysterious alleyway in which you had found the hanging sign that indicated the entrance. It took a little while, though, the snow crunching beneath your feet, shutters opening overhead, and down the streets as you walked. You essentially watched the city wake up, until suddenly you turned a corner, and, very much as if by magic, there was again that same alleyway. Dark, not much snowed in at all, and with only a single sign hanging to indicate a place of business. The intertwined A and A on a field of luminous blue. Once inside, you found that the endless space had been rearranged. A 30-foot machine in the shape of a golem stood to the left, an enormous hole in its chest where something was missing. And in the center, ahead of you, stood Basil, who welcomed you and presented you with the draft version of the contract that he proposed. But, drawing the eye most of all, were several rows of long tables where were now lined up the most fantastical magical items, displayed in beautiful display cases or held in the hands of small statues or otherwise laid out on pillows to truly show off just how magnificent this collection was. You saw items of incredible worth and power, and besides each one was a small printed card on which the item was briefly described, either its history, its powers, or both. Basil introduced again the rules of the game. Please read the contract, and to negotiate with him about anything that you find unacceptable or undesirable, any wording or additional rules, or rules that you wish to be removed. You got the impression he's quite flexible. He's very eager for your support and your help, but overall he's still a businessman and he still has to, of course, protect his own interests in this entire affair. So he has drafted this contract that you guys have had available for the past week, and I assume you've come prepared with some ideas about how to proceed. But finally, he does emphasize that this is, it's not your standard interdimensional contract just between two parties. He has made it available specifically under the authority of the Collier Route in Sigil, a sort of neutral party that will enforce contracts between interdimensional and interplanar groups. So, with that in mind, and with the wealth of things before you on display and the contracts to inspect, I would like to ask, what is it that you do? What is it that you say? And what is it that you want to achieve?
Well, I had one thing that I wanted to regarding the wording. I'll just pipe up to him and say,
Sure.
The contract itself seems well crafted and the wording appropriate. I would like to make one request and potentially negotiate about point 5, which says, "Never shall you directly or indirectly and knowingly be responsible for preventing the fulfillment of this contract in any way."
Mm-hmm.
I would like this to reflect both parties so that it indicates clearly that neither party shall be directly or indirectly responsible for preventing the fulfillment of this contract in any way, and then further add that this is including but not limited to working towards the detriment of the other party, working with individuals or entities there are conspiring against either party, and so forth.
He kind of pauses for a moment, quickly making note of especially the first party, and you actually hear him like under his breath agreeing, like, "Oh, that's a good point." But with the second one, he makes the note and he just kind of looks it over. Now, I have no interest in working against you in any fashion, so that part I'm perfectly willing to put in the contract. But I cannot. The level of information that we need to exchange in order to assure that this is the case in all cases is so monumental, and especially invasive in your case, that may not be enforceable. That does not mean that I will be actively aiding anyone that I know of is currently on a quest to destroy or otherwise impede you, but let us say
Well, that was my intention.
okay.
So maybe we can word it that way so that it's
Okay.
a person or persons that you know of are actively working against each other. Because I do agree with you, the
And of course, this would
level of,
count for both parties once again.
of course, yes. And I think this would fall under the other elements of the contract. We would have to, in some way, I guess, make each other aware if we obtain this knowledge. But I'm not exactly sure whether that would apply.
That would also be difficult. I can refuse service based on these terms, but there are still essential confidentialities involved in
Of course.
perusing my shop, and those I am not at liberty to break. So,
Of course. Fair enough.
I will add, and he waves his hand, and obviously I will update the contract to reflect this, but he waves his hand. So, both lines update to include that both parties are subject to the rule of not impeding each other or preventing this contract from being fulfilled in any way. And the next line, an addendum, is added where the same thing applies, where no aid of any kind will be given to parties that, and it becomes this like really elongated. I already have an idea, but it's really long, impossible wording of like parties that may blah 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 be subject to etc. Until it reads essentially what you guys have just discussed. The essence of which is that you both agree to never impede or to never aid others that may possibly impede a contracted party from completing this contract.
Perfect.
All
That
right.
is the only addition that I would have asked for. Other than that, the contract seems straightforward as contracts go anyway.
It is, I think, one of my best and one of my most honest, so I'm happy that you think so as well. And he just kind of smiles and nods his head a little bit. But
The
he looks at
honesty
the
was
others.
quite surprising.
Well, that is what we agreed upon when we sat down. But, and he looks at the others, at Tani, at Kor, at Turnock, at Barnak. But of course, there are many voices in this room. Is there anything else that you have to add or remark upon or ask about in this matter? Ashen Hearts.
I started reading with a bit of a fear that maybe you would, I don't know, mention our souls somewhere. But I was pleasantly surprised that you didn't include any of that. So, yeah, my fears dissipated.
He smiles a little bit, and you can see almost like a boyhood charm about him, like a very young kind of person, at that approval. And he says, well, you do this job long enough and you get used to certain standards, and it's nice to be reminded that there are others who who adhere to a higher standard, so to speak. So I was very happy to include also the prohibition on anything regarding souls being used in the completion of this transaction.
This is well, let's just say, Basso, that the rewards are offering for the completion of this quest that you're giving us, they only worry me to the point that it's going to be a tough quest. That's what I mean.
Oh yes,
And
absolutely. I mean, you will understand that, of course, I am happy to grant appropriate rewards, but they are absolutely commensurate with the challenge that lies before us. So I would also urge you to consider again the magnitude of the challenge before us. I do understand if at any point any of you choose not to move forward with this. I will be disappointed, but I understand. So please make a well-informed decision before committing to this, because you can tell once you commit, you're in for a good long while. With that in mind, would you like to have a look?
Basil, I have two questions.
Sure, of course.
I don't understand most of the contracts, but that's why Jean-Jacques here.
Of course.
What I did notice is that you said we would have a single year. And last time we talked, I don't think any time frame was mentioned.
Well, you see him almost immediately go like wanting to interrupt, but then he lets you finish and he goes like, I'm afraid that you indeed might have misunderstood. You have a single year to complete a given task once it is provided to you. Once we agree that it needs to be done in the pursuit of this contract, you have a year to complete it. The actual contract itself has no expiry date outside of the length of your life. Of course, I would prefer it if you don't leave it until you are old, decrepit, and incapable, but I'm sure you understand.
No, but Jean-Jacques does.
Well,
fine.
think of it this way, Barnack. If the whole quest was drink a keg of ale, we'd have a year upon being told to drink one single cup of ale to drink it.
Oh, so it's
you-
just like parts of... Okay,
Yes,
I
each
understand.
part you may take up to 1 year to complete.
Okay. That was my first question. The second question, though,
Mm-hmm.
is a bit more serious, Basil, and that is, did you know that what you would do to Tani when giving her the gloves?
Make an insight check. Anyone who's looking at him trying to gauge his response to this particular question.
I'm not going to take it just because I'm still trying to understand the contract. Like,
Okay, that's fair.
talking.
I'm gonna say Core maybe in a similar situation.
18 for me.
Okay, Tani 16, and Barnack is an 18 as well. Wow.
18 as well.
All right, let
I'll
me see.
take my normal dice, though. I haven't rolled dice in a while.
You guys can immediately see his expression kind of go a little slack, a little worried. You know, his whole head kind of like, You know, he wasn't expecting this question. He looks over at Tani, and he picks his words carefully, and he says, "Well, there are a great many items that are both powerful and dangerous. I attempted to warn you, but at the same time, our relationship was not what it is today, and my primary motivation is to make a sale. So, if you fail to ask for further details, at that point, that was not within my purview. I hope you understand. I know it can be difficult sometimes for people who spend their time on the material plane where there are certain rules and moral obligations to one another, but believe me, in the kind of business that I do usually, it is not something that you tell unless asked.
And he did warn us, if I remember correctly. He did give us like a
It
veiled
was a
warning.
vague warning. Yeah.
Yeah,
Also, do you guys hear like drilling whenever it
just a
starts
tiny
here?
bit, but it's not bad.
Okay.
I haven't heard anything, so.
Someone's drilling. It's fine. Fair enough. We didn't. Our, as you put it, relationship wasn't what it is today.
He looks
Fine.
over at Tani for a moment and says, "Is everything okay? It hasn't given you too
Yeah,
much
just-
trouble, I hope."
Just a little bit on a couple of occasions. Nothing we couldn't handle. Yeah.
And
For now.
yeah, if we were to look for a way to remove the curse, would you happen to know how?
I might be able to point you in a direction, but do be aware that removing a curse from an item like this typically will exercise all of its magical properties. At least, the more accessible versions of such magic, unless you fancy going to very deep places in very far away planes.
Maybe not removing the magic of the item, but just the item. Just
I can help you remove the item. I will even purchase it back. I cannot quite pay the retail price, but I'm willing to take it back for a price. And at least then you won't have had a total loss.
Any quiet besides in the background?
The choice is yours. Let's just
it's
say
good to know that we
let's
have
just
that
say
choice.
it's an offer that I will make based on our growing friendship. And he kind of looks at Jean-Jacques for a moment and inclines his head.
Okay. Well then, I don't have any other questions.
Very well. Then, as I was about to
didn't
say, would you
understand half
perhaps
of
like
the
to have a
contract.
look before you choose to sign or not sign? And he gestures to the side to all the magnificent items that are laid out there.
Yeah. Well, Judge immediately just goes and to
Sure.
look. But
He chuckles
is
a
there
little.
on the card regarding the cubic gate? Does it detail which dimensions this one goes to,
So let me check that real quick.
or is it just like a random dimension every time or something? Because I thought it was
The cubic gate. So the cubic gate, this cube is 3 inches across and radiates palpable magical energy. The 6 sides of the cube are each keyed to a different plane of existence, one of which is the material plane. The other sides are linked to planes determined by the GM. So yes, there is indeed a description. I will say 3 of the sides are currently known. So the side that is that goes to the material plane is known. There is one that goes to the Nine Hells, specifically to the City of Brass. And the last one will go to a plane that it has a very long name, and I will say you can make an intelligence check to see if you can decipher what it's supposed to mean.
15.
Okay. So it takes you maybe a little longer than you're happy with, but you do decipher the meaning roughly, maybe with a little helpful hint from Basil, who doesn't seem to know exactly either. But with his help, you guys figure out it means the place where all is and nothing is.
Okay.
What's up, Milosh?
Barnek has literally no idea what he's
Barnick's
reading.
eye just went. Whoop.
Yeah. Whoop. But everything
Um,
is and nothing is.
All right, that's cool.
Turnok's reptilian blue eyes, are just that on, like, straight in the sword of sharpness, right? Like the legendary items, I passed by, but as soon as my eyes caught it, like I
Sure.
it's just there.
Yeah. I think Turnok and Core probably have a similar reaction there, with Core picking up the Holy Avenger because
Yeah.
he recognizes it as well. maybe the rest of you seeing Core with that particular sword, like your stomach turns for a second because of how you know his association with it in the potential future. But please, Turnok, you were saying.
No, I just no, I don't actually, I don't say anything, but I turn to, I go to Core, and I place my hand on his shoulder, and just say, I don't know how good of an idea that would be, Core, but especially considering the array of items that we have available. But well, I mean, especially with that on your hands, who am I to stay in your path, right? And I just turn my eyes and attention again to
So as you
Yeah.
turn, you briefly notice, and all of you are surprised when the Holy Avenger in Core's hand suddenly lights up, and it gets its characteristic glow. You realize that in the 10 seconds that he's been holding it, he became attuned to it. And Basil will explain that while you're here, you can briefly attune to any item here and test out its properties relatively harmlessly, but it will only work within about a 40-foot radius around the tables.
Okay.
Core says, well, Carlos says, oh damn.
Oh damn!
Okay. Changes things.
Wait. So the crystal ball.
I'll try. May I take the ring of invisibility
Yes.
while Jean-Jacques is not looking at it?
Okay. Make a I guess a sleight of hand check against Jean-Jacques' passive perception, I would say.
No, it's natural 1.
So Jean-Jacques, as you're looking the other way, and as probably all of you are kind of distracted by other things, Barnack tries to grab something and just accidentally pushes over one of the other items from the table that just clatters to the ground, and you just see him standing with the ring of invisibility in his hand.
I look at him like, what?
No.
Why are you being sneaky, Barnack? Just take a look.
I'm not. I'm not being sneaky at all. I will don't this.
All right.
Well, guys,
Yeah.
yeah, we would have to choose, and I'll be honest. From all of these, and I'll just point to the legendary items. From all of these, I don't think I should be using any of them, except this one that gives you more health. That one seems fine for me.
Oh, I should add this, by the way, since you just said that about the choices. Carlos just shared. Core would obviously prefer the Holy Avenger if the rest of the party thought that was the best idea. Otherwise, his vote would be for the Cubic Gate. Yeah, and very rare item, Amulet of the Plains, and uncommon item we'll figure out. That's fine.
Yeah. That's why I asked him about the cubic gate. The crystal ball looks crazy.
It is
to an
very
extent.
good as well. Yep. I mean, I didn't give you guys shabby choices, you know.
No, you did not.
Yeah.
I mean, I still want a robe of the Archmage the most because I think that long term it has the most, for me personally, has the most consistent applicability. But I think party wise, either the Ring of Invisibility, which we could just share, essentially, one person can wear it 90% of the time, but we could always share it if need be.
Yeah.
Because it's, I don't think, well, I'll ask Basil, Basil, if we choose one of these items and then one person attunes to it, can we change them between ourselves whenever we want to, or is it more of a...
Oh, no, I make no such
You wouldn't.
demands.
Yeah.
No.
All right.
Obviously,
All right,
the
that's what I
point
thought.
of lending you one of these items is to assure the success of your quest. So
Yeah, I just wanted to double check because of the exclusion from the other choice, but thank you.
of course.
What I have a point to make regarding the choices, and I have a question to Gavin, actually.
Okay.
I'm gonna begin with that, just because, well, plot wise, lore wise, Turnock was trained to fight with a katana or something, similar to that, a slightly bigger katana, but whatever. It's
Yeah.
a type of sword that he knows how to handle properly. And the sword of sharpness, we can adapt it to be whatever and,
Yeah.
to suit whatever character. But at the same time, you know, the sword is something. Although I wanted it to be, a katana or something like that, it isn't. So I'm just wondering what kind of implications that would be, or what kind of flexibility we would have,
Well,
in shaping that object to be what I needed to be.
here's what I essentially tried to describe earlier as well, but I think I did a poor job. Is that with items like the Sword of Sharpness and others that may be just can be a certain type of weapon or a certain type of armor, like mithril armor if you choose that. Multiple variants are available. You can still only choose one, but with a Sword of Sharpness, it's essentially, for example, it's like a stone block, and it has different sheaths on different sides, and each of the different types of swords is sticking out there. So there's a long sword, there's a great sword. It kind of goes on like that with several more types of weapons. So I would say that thematically speaking, you can definitely find a weapon that statistically still works as a great sword, but thematically definitely suits your type of weapon. It might be, for example, of a make that resembles what you want, but actually it's from a completely different culture in the past, which just happens to coincide with something that you're comfortable with.
Okay.
That
But
item's dope, by the way. Check it out.
yeah. And just in not regarding in character, I'm sorry,
Sure.
getting back. um, I just turn to all of you, and you know, I do believe that if we decide to choose something from these legendary items, so they say, that will not grant an immediate advantage to whoever bears it or whoever picks it, we are going to be in a disadvantage. Period. So we are all selecting items. We I say we who are not picking up or actually considering any of the legendary items. We have items that are going to affect us and our performance either in combat or in our missions directly. So I do believe that we should not consider something that would be to the benefit of the entire party rather than something an individual is going to use. So Core and Jean-Jacques, you have my blessing for you to allow yourselves to debate whether you would want the rope or the sword, the Holy Avengers. So uh, I do believe that's the best course of action we should take. We should not consider an item that we won't be able to use directly by one of us. Um, yeah. So I think those two options would be the best ones in this situation, especially considering the rest of the things that we have available.
Yeah.
That's true. Um, Although I am considering of just getting the bow. This bow looks really nice. There is also another thing that, even though it's not specifically for me there, I like this little bottle that says it can summon things.
Oh, you like it, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, things you've captured,
But
keep in mind.
no,
right?
the other one, not the
Oh,
legendary
the
one.
The
Ifriti
Ifriti
bottle.
bottle.
Right.
Yeah, fruity bottle. Yeah. So, that would also just help the entire party, I think. But one thing to note, and I'm still very much sure that this is still the case. We don't have a specified person here to help us to heal us that much apart from you, Core. You can heal us a bit, and that's it.
A little. That's my best core.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good point because I think that the sword and the robe are definitely beneficial to the individual, like in a significant way, but so is effectively the rod of resurrection, because we can support the whole party by doing that, and
Def- death is something sacred that shouldn't be violated. I'm not up for.
Well, I meant also the property of healing uh, as well.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you can pick it up if you promise not to use it on me. Then I'm
Don't
alright.
want to.
The resurrection
back?
part, I could still
Yes.
heal
Yeah,
you.
but still heal you.
Yes.
I just want to
yeah,
double check.
yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah, you
that's
can-
your right. For sure, I would be comfortable with that.
But out of all of the things that I said, the point that I wanted to make clear is just you to you.
Yeah.
That's the most important.
All right. So Turnock essentially, I guess, rescinds his claim
Yeah.
on a legendary item. I think for Core, there is a very obvious benefit of his personal power increasing significantly with the Holy Avenger. You guys have seen how powerful that can be. So let's assume that he makes that argument for you guys. But that is still very much a one-person thing.
Yeah. For me, it would be also.
Yeah.
I mean, I would argue that it bumps up my spell save DC to 18. And since I can no longer increase my charisma without like a tome, that's as far as I go without leveling. And my spell attack bonus is 10, but the spell save DC is I think the big thing, especially if I pick up hold person again, which I will, because I'm missing that spell. Suggestion.
In our nightmare fight, was Jean-Jacques using one of those?
No.
The-
Oh
No.
no, yes, I was.
Yes. Was.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, guys. At this point, I'm going to say let's take 5 more minutes, and by then, let's
And
come
let's
to
decide where.
decisions on A, signing the contract, and then B, whether which items you wish to take.
Well, I guess let's talk about signing the contract first. I think I'm in favor, although I think it's a probably a bad idea. But I think it's just too good an opportunity to pass out. We've passed on 2 great opportunities to increase our power and influence, and I think this one, while potentially disastrous in the long term, does not pose immediate threat and does not pit us against anybody directly. Like I'm sure Spheric won't.
This one is written. This one is written, and I like that.
Right. Yeah.
In the
You can understand everything about it.
Yeah, and also
think
the
you-
part that somebody will enforce, a neutral party is responsible for enforcing the fulfillment of the contract, is extremely favorable towards the signing. Thank you for adding that, Peso. And I'm in favor of signing it. So
Me too.
Right.
Me
Right.
too.
3 in favor, 4 in favor,
And
I
Core.
think
Core also, I
4
think.
also
yeah.
kind of
So-
stated. So that
Okay.
part we've got figured out.
Okay.
Legendary item wise, I don't know how. I don't know how out of character. I don't know how we can solve this most easily since Carlos is not here.
Well, I
Yeah.
think the easiest thing to do would be to pick the items that you definitely think are in the running, right, for you guys, because it
Yeah.
seems it's only like 4 items or so,
Yeah.
and like maybe each of you can just you can vote on each one, and whichever one gets the most is the one to go
Yeah.
for.
Yeah, this
So-
also.
Holy Avenger, Robe, Rod of Resurrection.
And the
Thank
I mean the Cubic Gate, I guess.
yeah.
But since Carlos said he'd pick up the rare item if he doesn't get the legendary of Amulet of the Plains, he effectively casts, if I understood it correctly, casts Planar Shift, or does he just Planar Shift himself?
Let me double check that.
I was reading it, but I wasn't able to.
I think it casts plane shift, but let me double check. On a successful check, you cast the plane shift
cast.
spell. Yeah. So you
we
make
would
a
be
DC
able to plane
15
shift.
intelligence check, and on a successful check, you cast the plane shift spell. On a failure, you and each creature and object within 15 feet of you travel to a random destination. On a 1 to 60, you travel to a random location on the plane you named. On a 61 to 100, you travel to a randomly determined plane of existence. So,
Which can be hilarious, but also deadly. Because you can end up on
but
the plane that
that's
doesn't
on a
have air.
fail, right? That's on a fail.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I'm just gonna say hypothetically, because I know Turnock is intending to get the intelligence circlet. So you could theoretically lend your circlet to Core if he
Yeah,
wants
yeah.
to use the amulet, or
Wait,
to anyone
the
who's going to
headband,
use the
actually.
amulet.
the one the headband, the
Yeah, headband
intelligence
of
thing.
intellect.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was thinking the same thing to become actually clever, Barnack.
Well, fuck you then. I'm
Barnack.
picking it up. No,
No,
no, no.
you can take it. I have something. I have something else as well. It's
All
fine.
right, so we have the robe, the sword, and the rod.
Yeah,
so
we don't
I would
need
vote
the
for the
key.
robe, and Carlos votes for
The
the
sword.
sword.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Hold on.
what do you
Let's do one at a time, okay? Because
Yeah.
I want to tally this properly, so we are not.
Yeah, but I
Okay.
I don't think we don't even need to vote because I'm quite okay with you getting the robe or
Yeah.
him getting the Avenger. Rod of Resurrection is fine for all of us, but if anyone wants the robe or rather the Avenger
Well,
more than that,
That's the thing. Like, it's very very gracious, but ultimately it's easier to get to a point where we have a choice if everybody just
Yeah.
chooses, because
Yeah,
otherwise,
that's true.
like,
yeah, that's also
there's
true.
no progress.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'm
it
gonna
helps us break the tie, because otherwise it's just Carlos and me having to talk it over for a long while. And
Yeah.
Yeah, so Core and JJ I have down. So let's start with Tani because you're at the top of my screen here. What is your choice for legendary item out of the Holy Avenger, the Robe of the Archmage, and the Rod of Resurrection? What do you think would benefit the party the most? Or which one do you think is most deserved?
I'll vote for Robe of the Archmage.
Okay.
I was thinking Rod of Resurrection because I did sort of almost technically die before, but
Mm-hmm.
we can find other ways to bring someone back.
Theoretically, that's true. Okay, so Tani, Turnock, what's your choice?
And I'm going to just a little bit of explanation regarding why
Sure.
I picked this, but I do believe that out of everybody in this group, the person with the biggest untapped potential, so to speak, is Jean-Jacques. So whatever choice we have to favor him would be in the best benefit of the party. So I don't believe we need to keep voting because I also vote for the Robo.
Okay. Well, it'd still be interesting to know if Barnack thinks anything different.
Do I, as a leader, get 3 votes?
As you guys are discussing this, Basil just kind of, he's tallying, and he just walks up next to you and he just puts a hand on your shoulder. He just says, "Of course you do." And then when you're looking away, he just looks at everyone else like.
I turn to Bornek and I say, only if you're wearing the captain's hat, otherwise you lose your leader post.
Darn it! I gave the hat. No, I would go for the rod itself, but at the same time, I do believe Jean-Jacques, you will benefit from the robe. And honestly, your versatility with spells will benefit all of us. So take the robe and help us with your spells.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Very good point.
Yes.
All right. So the robe of the Archmagi, if I'm correct.
And Basil, can you throw another one in, like just the rod for shits and giggles? No.
He just kind of looks at you and smiles a little bit. You're a very funny one, aren't you?
Darn it.
No, I am sorry, but I have a certain responsibility, and it's why we have to do all of this under contract and with very strict regulations. Otherwise, this place would not even let you leave anymore.
so, all right. Well, thank you, everybody. I appreciate it, and I will use the power of the item to help us all out on
All right.
any quest, but this one, of course. Now, I know that you all have your uncommon item picks already, perhaps, but just one that I wanted to throw out there is Spy's Murmur, in case y'all are interested in. It effectively gives... I'll read it out of character. This headpiece crafted from dark metal, and it's from GGR. I don't know what GGR is, Kevin.
Grandmaster's Guide to Ravnica.
Oh yeah.
Ravnica. All right, so maybe then it's out of the running, but
No, it's fine.
Yeah. So if you know a creature wearing another spy's murmur, and that creature is within 1 mile of you, you can communicate telepathically with each other. As a bonus action, you can allow that creature to hear everything you hear for 1 hour. You can end this effect as a bonus action, and it ends if you're incapacitated. So this is like a Spec Ops thing that I think would be interesting if we all had it, but I think that it's a very utility based and situational, and I don't know how much use we'll actually have it for it, but I just wanted to throw it out there because I thought it was cool.
I will
But I
say
also
he
have-
probably has like 3 of those lying around. So.
Okay, so if it's not for everybody, yeah.
So,
Still, that
You
would
know.
be interesting.
considering that this is the Arcanas Acquisitas, and you know everything from different planes, there's a lot of things available. I'm guessing that I found myself a sword that resembles the technique and the ways and the weight and most importantly the balance and size of my own.
You know, with their kind of Quisitas's nature of being interdimensional, you could probably find like an almost legitimate katana
Yeah,
with,
that's
with
what
the
I'm
enchantments
going
you're
for.
looking for, but that still hits like a great sword. So sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. So it's actually now a proper katana, and I'll come up with the art for you in a week,
Sure.
Kevin. But,
Sure, just
there's
just
that.
keep it within reasonable proportions and
No,
everything's
yeah, yeah,
fine.
yeah.
You know.
And the other thing is the headband of intellect that I mentioned is my final pickup. I'm going to wear it, and you guys can all see that if you want, but I'm going to put it in my head like an actual headband. I'm going to take my headset off just for purposes, but I'm going to slide it down like to what turned out the only way that I can best describe this is like dreadlocks, but they're not actually dreadlocks. But I'm going to slide it down and use it to actually tie them together, in the back of my head, like a ponytail of dreadlocks. That's how I'm going to wear this headband. I'm going to like kind of twist it and make it tighter, so it's actually tying my hair together. And I just mentioned to all of you, I was going to need one of those for the ball. Might as well make it useful.
All right.
And what this does is just my intelligence score whenever I'm wearing it is 19.
So for those of you that already have items picked out, you can go ahead and look it up in the compendium and just drag it onto your sheet, and it will add it to your character. And if I'm correct, it should also manipulate the appropriate stats. For example, with the headband of intellect. So with the robe of the Archmagi, you can do that. The headband of intellect, the sort of sharpness you can add. Just make sure to set the stats equal to be, a +1. I think
It's not an actual.
It's not a plus one.
It doesn't add anything. It's just the properties of your
Yeah,
weapon
so
change.
maybe add it like as a trait or something, but make sure that you have your greatsword marked as being this sort of sharpness, and that it's magical, because I don't think it gets a +1, but it still does magical magical attacks. So for the purpose of penetrating resistance, so
Okay.
so that is Turnok sorted. The rest of you still have your very rare items to choose, as well as adding your uncommon items. So throughout all of this, right, you guys are kind of like milling around the table and picking up things and trying them out a little bit. Whenever you are ready to choose your additional, like, kind of signing bonus item, the uncommon one, Basil just takes you one-on-one into the stacks, and you feel like you walk for a good half hour or so, even though it's not quite that long at all, before you arrive at a place where, as you look around slowly, each item just seems like it's relevant to you somehow. But you arrive wherever you need to go to pick up what you as players choose, and you emerge, having the items that you want in your possession. So, please feel free
I have a question for a device, just because I'm enamored with this particular item, but I'm also enamored with the second one. So one that is very much utility based, and I think could help us out in the long run, is Head of the Skies for the uncommon one.
Yeah.
Or this wonderful item from Tasha's, which is +1 Bloodwell Vial. It gives me a further +1 to spell attacks and spell DC, so I jump up by another 1. And also allows me to recover 5 sorcery points on a short rest effectively if I use hit dice. Which I think is pretty strong, like pretty dope, and I think it's awesome. But I don't know if you since I already got the legendary item, if you think that Head of the Skies would serve us well, which would essentially allow any of us to change our appearance. Because I think it's not attuned, so we
That's
could just
correct.
easily change hands. So
It's up to you guys. I'm gonna go add Core's items.
Of the
Hat of
Skies?
Disguise requires attunement.
A hat.
So you can
either
switch
way,
it still on a short rest.
yeah,
Is
but you
it
can, yeah,
head of the skies? Is that what it is? I was thinking it was head of the skies.
First time I heard
hat.
Head of Disguise. Of
Yeah.
the Skies.
Yeah, probably said it
Yeah.
incorrectly.
What does it do? Like, does it skywrite that?
Yeah,
Yeah, I was thinking like a head
of this guy.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
of the skies. Like, what is this? Okay, head of the skies. Yeah,
Alright.
that's right. Let me just see what that means. This can use an action to cast this as a spell from the deck. Oof. Nice one. This one.
Yeah, and it's unlimited. There's no charges, anything. You can just do it whenever you want. And it's a really cool item I love, so it will be useful regardless. I just thought that double dipping into this whole thing and getting +3 to attacks and spell
And getting
saves,
your sorcery points back.
yeah, it appeals to the min-maxer in me.
It is very powerful, so
It is very powerful. For an uncommon item, it's insane.
Yeah. You should take
I
it.
mean, we've basically peaked you to min max, so I
Yeah.
I wouldn't
That's
mind
true.
if you actually min max. So
Yeah, you should take it. That's fine.
yeah.
All right, then.
okay. So make sure to add that. Barnak and Tani, are you also clear on the very rare items that you want to choose?
Just for you guys to know, and anyone who's watching, I was eyeing the uncommon things, and the insignia of claws. If I would have seen it, it's an insignia of the cult of the dragon, which would flare purple when I use it. But then, perusing the shelves, she noticed the eldritch claw tattoo, and that's what she would choose as uncommon.
What? I'm sorry.
Eldritch claw
Claw.
tattoo. Yes. So it's a needle, and you can tattoo it on.
Oh yeah, that's dope. I like those.
Yeah.
So
And
very nice.
for the very rare, she would choose manual of gainful exercise.
Uh-huh.
Because she'd feel like she's training again.
Nice.
And back in
Okay.
her childhood in the sacrosanct of the
Very nice.
yes.
So yeah, you have your Eldritch Claw tattoo, which you can apply as you like. Depicts claw-like forms and other jagged shapes. While the tattoo is on your skin, your unarmed strikes are considered magical for the purpose of overcoming immunity. You gain a +1 to attack and bonus and damage rolls. And as a bonus action, you can empower the tattoo. For the duration, each of your melee attacks with a weapon or unarmed strike can reach an additional 15 feet away from you, as inky tendrils launch towards the target. Ooh.
That's 20 feet
And they deal an additional...
range.
Well, they can reach a target up to 15 feet away, I apologize. But 15 feet is still really good. And
Still.
they also deal additional 1d6 force damage. Whew. It's basically
Very
a
nice.
rage, kind of.
Yeah.
So on that point, as you walk into the stacks with Basil, Tani, the moment you guys are kind of out of earshot of the rest, which is surprisingly fast, he kind of, just walking beside you, looking ahead, very calmly, he just asks you, so, have you given any thought to your gloves? Do you wish to return them? I wouldn't blame you if you did. I won't be offended. I do understand that that's not convenient to have around friends, I suppose.
I mean, I quite enjoyed the extra power it gave me, and it did heal me up, but
They are very potent, yes.
I am thinking about my friends. I shouldn't hurt my friends.
Well,
And
I mean, they're...
shouldn't risk it every time I'm throwing punches.
There's an alternative. I can remove the curse from you for now, then you can take them off, and you can put them on again if the situation requires it.
Yeah, what if there's one time when everybody is down and I'm the only one left standing and I need extra punch power?
He raises his hands and kind of stops for a moment. He says, do remember, you'll need some time to get back into them once you to readjust to their effect. But yes, if you face a deadly or overwhelming situation and overwhelming odds, then this might very well save you. So, but I got the impression that your friends especially are eager to be rid of these, so I can remove the curse, and then I would suggest that maybe you hide them until you need them later on.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing I can do. I want to keep the power, but I also don't want to harm anyone
There you
that
go.
shouldn't be harmed. So yeah, let's do that. And I hold out my hands.
All right.
Is that private? Is that
Oh
a
yeah,
private
they've walked
conversation?
away.
Yeah.
They're in they
Okay.
just because what you notice, like anyone who stays behind when Basil takes you into the shells to walk away, like you watch people go and they get maybe 15 feet between the shells, and it's just a straight line that they're walking, and you blink and they're just gone. It's like one footstep to the next, they're just
Okay.
You throw blade armor.
yeah.
So nice.
So Tani, he briefly takes your hands very gently in his, and he looks you in the eyes, and he mumbles something in what you think is a sort of draconic, and he casts a spell, and immediately you feel like this kind of weight lifting from your shoulders, and you can just take off the gloves, and you just hold them, and it's like they have no power over you at the moment.
You don't happen to have any other gloves that happen to be uncursed, do you?
It's a bit of a specialty item, I have to say. I haven't gotten any recently, but I can keep an eye out. I do peek in on a few conventions here and there.
I liked punching with gloves. So yeah.
All right. I will keep my ear to the ground. Anyway, please this way. And he takes you on and he leads you to the items that you're interested in for you to take. And Barnack, I believe.
Yeah, I'll
Anything
approach
unclear?
Jean-Jacques just to ask him. Jean-Jacques, very important question. You know that I don't like killing people, so I'm not sure if I want to take the bow. There's a little bottle here that can summon a fire spirit or a fire genie, and I've read about these. There's a chance that the genie can give me wishes. 3. Small chance. There's a chance.
Right.
What do you think? What's more dangerous for our enemies? Barnack with 3 wishes or Barnack with an amazing bow?
And there's a card that details all of the effects of the item, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Right. So it details like what happens when you roll, right?
Yeah, pretty. Yeah,
So
I mean, in more appropriate terms, but yes,
Yeah.
it explains it.
Yeah. So I don't know. Has Barnack taken the card and hidden it? Perhaps, or is it available for Jean-Jacques to see?
No, I'm holding it and like I'm reading through it and I'm like, yeah, it can give me 3 wishes.
And that's all it does. You just summon it, and it gives
Well,
you
no,
3
it can
wishes?
also the fire thingy can also attack us.
Right.
But the most common thing is that the fire thingy can be under my command for an hour.
Right.
It says here how it's feeling that day.
Okay.
So what's
Well-
more dangerous?
I think that Barnack with 3 wishes is the most dangerous thing known to any form of sentient being. And I don't say like let me see. Can I roll an Arcana check just to see how much I know about this ephemeral, super high level magic known as the Wish spell,
Sure, make an Arcana check.
or any other? I mean, would I even have any knowledge about it?
Oh, I mean, wishes are obviously not a secret, right? It's more,
Right.
there's so much lore, it's about whether you are able to pick out the
Yeah.
right kind of lore.
Okay, so Arcana check. It's a 13. No, 11.
Oh, okay. I will say you've heard incredible stories of people changing the world for the better with the wish spell. What?
No. I was hoping that I'd know about the trickiness of the whole thing.
No, there are
no,
even
I'll-
rumors that Arethea used the wish spell to become as successful as she did.
Yeah, that would make sense. I'll just say I feared the world where you see it as better, because that probably means there is like rivers of beer and mountains made of bacon.
What's
And
wrong
while
with
I-
rivers of beer?
While I do appreciate all of those things, everything we know would just die, because nothing except you can live only off of beer and bacon.
I'll take the bow.
But I wanted to say, like, if the most likely thing that happens is we have an incredibly powerful fiery spirit that has access to this magic, that's probably dangerous in and of itself. I don't like the idea of it turning on us if it's a bad day.
Yeah, it says here that it
But-
can be cranky. That's fine.
Right.
I'll just take the bow then, and I'll gather money for this later and buy it off Basil. I mean, that can
Okay.
be a personal goal. You have to
Yeah.
remind me though. I'll forget.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
The bow looks beautiful, though.
Yeah.
I can
Is
teach
there-
you the Elvish phrases you need to know.
I know Elvish.
You do?
Maybe. Let me actually check.
I know Elvish.
It's whether he knows it or
Like-
not, it's a very
It's like
Barnack
me with
thing.
Spanish. I know Spanish. Me llama Nicola.
Oh yeah,
all
I
I
have
know.
no. I don't know a single word in Elvish, but I.
But does
so-
Barnack
yeah.
know that he
I
doesn't
know. Yeah,
know?
yeah, but I know Elvish. I mean, I've heard words.
Just speak some Dutch. That sounds like Elvish.
Yeah.
You
Sounds
do
more
need
like
to have
abyssal.
no, the bow communicates in Elvish with you. You don't need to actually speak in Elvish to the bow, or do you? Like from what I understand, the arrow, the bow actually speaks whenever you're targeting the your
Oh,
sword.
maybe I
and-
missed
Yeah,
Misunderstood.
so when you knock an arrow on this bow, it whispers in Elvish, "Swift defeat to my enemies." When you use this weapon to make a ranged attack, you can, as a command phrase, say, "Swift death to you who have wronged me." That doesn't say that it has to be in Elvish. And then it just does what it does.
Okay.
By the
Okay,
way,
yeah, I'll just take the bow, Jean-Jacques, and then remind me in like half a year to come back and buy this bottle. And I'll even ask Basil to just have it hidden somewhere and not like just
Kev, there's obviously a
anyone.
mirror somewhere, right, in this store,
Okay.
in this shop.
You look around for a mirror?
Yeah.
Okay, make a perception check.
I thought this was going to be simple. It was just going to be
Have you met
something
me?
really
Is
stupid.
anything simple?
7. Fuck.
Okay. Let's see. Oh
Mirror
no.
of desire all of a sudden.
Okay. So yeah, you find a mirror.
Yeah, I was
It's
just
like
I was
beautiful. Very very elaborate.
yeah, I was going to go through my motions, through my flows with the new sword. That was it. Like I was going to grab while you guys were picking, I was just going to pick up my new sword and go through my motions, through my flows, my training methods, just in order for me to get used to the weight and size. And I was just going to practice a little bit, like in front of the mirror, which was something that during training we actually did. So.
Okay. So could you very quickly make a charisma saving throw for me, please?
A charisma saving throw. Charisma, out of all things. Let me just check if elegant courtier. Let me make a charisma. Okay, charisma check. Okay, so I can use my wisdom modifier as a bonus here.
Yeah.
I'm-
So
I'm
this is in the
actually-
time that Basil is currently walking with Barnack to find his uncommon item. So two of them are missing as you go.
Yeah.
Like near the front of the stacks, you just see like there's a couple mirrors actually lined up, all with these really ornate kind of frames and stuff like that. Very beautiful. And you walk up to the first one and you look into it. What,
Is core
It's
near turn up?
my-
not that near.
My charisma check, it was a 4 on the dice, plus 4, which is my wisdom modifier. It's 8.
Okay, so those of you by the tables, so that's Tani, Cor, and Jean-Jacques, you watch as Turnock just disappears.
Oh no. I just go like, Basil?
There's a brief like lack of response, and then like Barnack, you're walking with Basil. You were walking towards the place. You already saw like up ahead some items that started to look interesting, when there's like Jean-Jacques' voice kind of carries across the stacks, and you guys turn a corner and you walk straight out back to where you were. And you just
I
kind of
almost
look-
got my bow, Jean-Jacques.
Well, I just point towards where I saw Turnock last. Turnock just disappeared.
He just kind of looks frustrated. And he looks to the rest of the party. I do apologize. I might have left the lights on a little bit. Just one moment. And he walks over to the mirror and he says a word in another language, and it sounds like a command word as well. And then he says Turnock, and immediately Turnock, you feel yourself emerge. You were in a like 10 by 10 interdimensional cell, like it was just pure stone, and into like you looked into a circular room where you could see that there were 12 or 11 other cells which were occupied by different creatures or people, most of them unresponsive. Like one kind of grabbed the bars and kind of like, help me, and then you were ripped out again, and you just kind of stumble out, and immediately Basil says another word, and the mirror like kind of gets this brief gleam, and he just kind of turns and grabs you by the shoulder a little bit, like, are you okay? I do apologize. I shouldn't have left the mirror on.
Definitely keep those things covered, man.
How
no,
much
no,
for
it's
the
not
mirror?
a matter of covered. He looks at you, Barnack. Well, with your new discount, I think it would come down to a few thousand gold pieces. Guilders.
Okay, so the bottle and the mirror. That's what I'm going for.
It just kind of shakes his head like,
Wait,
oh no.
he kind of like pauses for a moment as you seem very excited. He looks back at it. Oh, wait, no, that would be that one. Same effect, but empty. This one is a little more expensive on account of its denizens.
No, the empty one is fine.
He turns back to you, Turnock, and he just kind of grabs you by the arm a little bit and leans in close, and he says, "Did anyone talk to you in there?"
Pull me out real fast.
Okay, good. Just
Not a chance.
don't remember. It won't be good for you, and I'm not protecting myself, but trust me, you don't want to remember what's in there. And he lets go, and he goes, "Okay, Barnack, let's go get your bow." And he walks you into the stacks.
Is there an actual mirror somewhere here, Basil?
You can use that one now. It's off.
Okay.
Just don't
now
say. And he says the word again. He's like, shit. And he says it again, and you see the sheen go up and go down again.
I just proceed on with what I was doing before then. So
Okay.
yeah.
Alright. So yeah, you are all provisioned and equipped with the items of your choice, so please make sure that you have it all on your character sheet and properly set up for your use. But after another 10 minutes or so, everyone has what they came for. You are dressed in the robe of the Archmagi, and
Which is gray.
yeah, and properly attuned as well. And you notice that as you leave the attunement field, this one stays. So you guys can immediately attune to your items here. And Basil just briefly looks over at the contract with all your signatures at the bottom, and he smiles. He rolls it up and briefly whips his arm, and another one falls into his hand, and he unrolls it, and he shows you that there's your signatures are there as well. And he hands the one copy to you, and the other one goes into his own administration. Wow. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I really hope we can make some progress here. Let me see here. Yes, so, on account of where to go next, I mean, we've discussed the murders happening in Postizia. I think you might have a good lead there. I don't know too much about it myself, but murder is typically a good place to start when dealing with the god of murder, and information I think will be key in this first stage, as I'm not particularly familiar with the ways in which Sirik has entrapped me in this place, nor exactly who created this place to begin with, or who trapped him, because as far as I know, he only manipulated the existing enchantment to place me here. In any case, that might be a good place to start, but I've also received some information that there might be a cult of Sirik that's taken up residence in a nearby village on this island of Postizia that you're on, towards the mountains. I think it's about a 2 days ride if you go fast, in the foothills of the mountains. It was once, to my understanding, a crypt dedicated and made holy in the name of the Raven Queen, but obviously abandoned since the events of some time ago. What is it now? On your timeline, 50 years?
Around 50.
In any case, I think it would be good to go there and see if you can find out what they're up to, and maybe even find the head priest. He should know a little more about. Well, they're very disorganized, but even Sirik has some people that must be trusted. The town in question is called Aga's Hill. So please, when you have time, please look into it. And he looks to Barnack. This would be one of those things that you have a year to complete. Although obviously, with matters like this, they can be time sensitive. So a year from now, you might have a much more difficult time finding out what happened there.
Understood.
All right. Well, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Of course, it's costing me more now, but my freedom is something I'm very happy to put any price on that I can pay. In any case, yeah. Is there anything else that I can do for you, or shall we part ways here for the day? As you guys stand there, kind of deciding, basking in the glory of your new items and your new power, I want you all to roll a perception check. And I'll roll one for Core as well. Because there's something that in all of this excitement was overlooked. 14.
19.
23.
Okay. And Tani?
13.
13. Okay. Alright, I will say the 19 and the 23. As you guys look around, look at each other, look around, the both of you are drawn with your eyes to one of the shelves that stands way at the entrance, but you're seeing it now from the other side, and on maybe chest level, there's quite a large shelf, and you see there displayed is a sword, beautiful engraved sword, very very ornate in make, and you see all kinds of very fine lines. This is almost certainly elven work, and in fact, the artwork on it very much resembles the artwork on the scabbard that you guys once retrieved.
Oh shit! I look towards Barnack and I kind of give them the wiggly brow.
Yep.
Did you see that?
Are you all right?
Yeah, he's fine.
Yes.
Pound is back.
Speaking of things that you might be able to do for us, there's that one item over there that I can see in the distance on the shelf. That sword.
Yes. A fine thing. Well, hold on. And he just waves a hand, and the table in front of him clears of the items that were there, and immediately the sword that you're discussing appears.
Right. We would be interested in this item. Is it for sale?
Oh yes. And he kind of checks a price card. But with your discount, that comes down to about 630 gold pieces. It hasn't got any magic in it, if that's what you're concerned about. I'm just selling it for the beautiful price and everything. And, we did just,
Correct.
conduct some very important business, so
Yep.
I'm very much willing to part with it for a reasonable price, even though, considering its make and model and likely previous owner, I could probably get a very good price from some people who hate elves very much. But
What do you mean by likely previous owner?
well, this is the handiwork of the elves and likely of Corellin himself. And even though it's been depowered, I mean, you can tell it's lackluster. It has no magic anymore. But even though it's essentially useless in combat, there are some followers, spiders and the like, who would be very eager to put their hands on this and wave it in the face of Corellin and say, "Look what we stole from you." I could probably get the equivalent of. And he kind of looks a little guiltily, maybe 2 souls, or several thousand, possibly tens of thousands of guilders, with the right collector. But I'm not really in the mood to haggle over something that has no value, nothing intrinsically anyway.
How
So,
much do we have in our
Which
haversack?
like I said, 630 gold pieces.
We've got 1,300 gold worth of platinum and 186 gold. I say we buy this.
He kind of looks a bit confused at you guys, and he goes like, "You understand power, like useless, right? It has no
Yes,
value otherwise."
We understand. It's more of as you mentioned, we are an interested collector. This item has significance to how we all came to be together, and
Interesting.
it
Okay.
is in our best interest to procure it. So
Turnok's just confused as fuck, but it's not going to interfere. Like,
Yeah.
he has no idea why you're interested in it.
So
Honey,
those
what?
of you who can read Elvish, you read like on the guard, on the cross guard, you can read that this is Kohandrian, one of the 2 sister swords of Corellin, and you see on the immensely intricately detailed blade, like it tells 100 stories across its blade, and across the hilt. You see many images of the sun, of the elven gods of old, of their tribulations. You even see a depiction of Lolth being destroyed. Obviously, that didn't actually happen, but she lost battles for sure. Yeah, it is a beautiful piece of work, but you like just looking at it, you do notice the lack of any sort of magical aura that most anything else in this place has. It's just this is completely inert.
And does it seem, I mean, I don't know, I don't really have the expertise, but does it seem like a replica or does it seem like the original but that has lost its power?
Well, as far as you can tell, Basil is definitely convinced that it is original, just useless in his eyes. But if you want, I guess you could make an intelligence check to see if you can investigate. But this is not something that anyone can help you on because no one else is more experienced or more intelligent.
Actually, I will try and get the input of somebody more intelligent and experienced, and I'll just go back into my mind space.
Okay.
And I'll say, mon ami, would you perhaps know if this is the sword of Corellon?
You
the
feel a
real
brief
one?
moment, like a sort of pressure around your eyes as he's looking through your eyes, and he takes in the details of the sword. Let's see here. Okay. It looks genuine enough, but there are very capable people on the plains, my friend. Even so, for the price that is offered, a replica would already be worth that kind of money, so I say buy it if you are interested. Although, I will caution you that appeasing old elven spirits is not much use in a world without elves.
Well, there is one. I think back to the crazy powerful mage we released onto the world.
We can offer her this. Yep.
There's a kind of pause, and the only thing he offers in return is, do not take her for a follower of the gods. That would be a very foolish mistake. She has ambitions of
Noted.
her own that would not match such devotion.
We'll keep it in mind. Thank you very much.
fades away.
And I come back and I say I think we should definitely buy it. I think it's a good investment.
Will it fit in
Sentimental
a
value,
haversack?
at least.
Sorry,
Will
Tani,
it
what
fit
did you
in
say?
a? Will it fit in a haversack? Because we need to hide it.
Yeah, it will fit in the haversack.
Okay.
It's the beauty of interdimensional spaces.
Yeah. It was her asking. Kira knows.
Yeah, no,
So he
I mean, this
said-
Basil says that as well. Like, it's the beauty of
Yeah.
interdimensional spaces. Like,
He said 600 and something, right?
630
630.
guilders. Yeah.
So 63
it.
platinum. I think you're the haversacker.
I am. I'll pay it.
All right.
Haversacker.
You reach
And
into
do we
your sack
have the hilt?
and you take out a load of gold.
A platinum. Do we have the hilt or the scabbard, or is we just know where it is?
I think you took the scabbard, but it was it the scabbard for Kahandrin or Sahandrin? I don't.
I'm not sure because we visited two different places. That's why I'm asking. Like they found the scabbard, but I didn't.
No, you
I
guys
just
found the
this-
scabbard together in the vault from the overseer. That was where you found that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
We need to write that down. The haversack.
Before turn up, right?
But
I'm
no,
not-
we
I'm not
found.
going
I
nuts
know.
here.
Wait, I know
No,
exactly
it's-
which one we
I
found.
think 2 sessions before you met up with us.
I know which one we found. Hold on. Let me just get out my
I
notes.
could have written that down, but it's
I did.
so many pages ago. I'll look it later.
Darn it. I don't know where my note thing is. I haven't unpacked. Wait, no.
Okay. You said the overseer Pirata, right?
Yes. I mean,
Can
I
you
can
tell me
find
the
my
names
notes
again?
as well, but Kohandrian and Sahandrian.
I think we found the first one. But I'm not sure.
Well, keep in mind that the sword that you were asked to retrieve was Kohandrian, and the one that
Yeah,
Jean-Jacques
and no,
was
we
asked
did-
to
then
retrieve
we-
was Sahandrian.
Yeah, we didn't find our one, I think. Exactly.
And
Because
this
I-
is Kohandrian.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
Kohandrian. So this would be the one that Barnek, Tani, and Kor
Yes.
were tasked to retrieve. But the scabbard, I do also believe, but I don't want to say
Is the
for
sa-
sure,
is the
that
other
it was the scabbard of Sahandrian.
Yeah,
Which, you know,
I'm
it's always
100.
nice with sister swords when they have very similar names and are impossible
Yeah.
to keep apart. When you don't keep notes.
I don't know
I'm
where my
joking, of
notebook
course.
is.
But I believe it was indeed the scabbard of Sahandrian.
Yeah. We'll check. I mean, we won't go there now, so we'll check.
All right.
I gave the money to Basil.
All right. So he allows you to take the weapon in question. Still looks a little puzzled, but obviously he's not going to prevent you from purchasing something that he thinks has no intrinsic value. And clearly he's not super excited about having to deal with the kind of people that would pay a lot of money for this. So he seems more than happy to let go of it. And you hear him probably mumble to himself like, well, that was the fastest sale I've ever had.
Jacques, Tani, Tarnak, Kor.
We do hear that.
We can
Yeah.
use this as bait as well, just so you know. If they were after this, we can use it.
I also look at him and I say, so you acquired this recently. It wasn't
Oh,
in your
yes.
shop for a long while.
Last night.
Interesting. Interesting. I won't ask you who it was because I know that's.
Wait, I will. Who was
I
it?
was about to ask.
I think
Um,
already told us. Yeah.
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. They had a very thick black robe on, and I think some kind of symbol on the chest.
Was it a symbol of a?
Circle, some kind. I didn't really pay attention. I don't really, these one-time customers. Sometimes people just need to drop off something that they don't want to hold on to anymore.
Was it like a circle that had? It looked like a chain
round?
circle.
Well, I guess. What do you mean chain circle? It's not
Like
like multiple circles in a chain. If that's
No,
what you
like
mean.
one circle made out of a chain.
Could be. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't really pay attention to it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No,
But
it's,
it could very well
think
be.
about it.
It was just a little
It's okay.
circle.
It's okay. shit. Okay.
Maybe
All right,
that's-
well,
I'm kind of waiting, you know, like at the door already, kind of like, Mom, let's go. You know.
Well, shall we go then? I think this was very
Fruitful.
fruitful morning.
Yes.
I concur. Very well. Pleasure doing business with you, and I hope
Oh.
to hear from you very soon.
One thing that I don't think we
Oh.
did discuss, the key.
Yes, good point. And he reaches behind himself and he just pulls it out of thin air, and you just have like this very old-fashioned, seems to be lead key that he just hands over to you. If you need to find me, focus on this item, and open the nearest door, and you will be able to enter here immediately. I would suggest it takes some time, so don't do this in dangerous situations, and don't use my place as an escape. It tends to leave a bad reputation, and as long as I'm not free, I do have that reputation to maintain.
Of course.
He kind of stops for a moment and he goes like, normally that would be enough, but just to be completely honest, as we've established so far, it means I won't let you in if you bring danger.
Okay.
Understood.
Question though. When we go in through that door, do we have to get out through that door? Or rather, do we go out to the same place?
That is correct. I'm not an interdimensional portal hub for
Okay.
anyone to travel anywhere.
Oh no, I wasn't thinking that, of course. I was.
I know you were, Barnack. I know you were.
Just see him smiling.
Let us away, friends.
All right. No. And he walks you to the door, opens it for you, and again it happens that instead of stepping back into that alleyway, you step out literally onto the main street, and you turn around and you see that you're standing like in front of a butcher. People kind of looking at you a little weird, but it's kind of escaping their perception, so very quickly they just move on, and nobody pays you any special attention for that. All right.
Okay.
It is about, I would say at this point, probably about 11 in the morning. You still have some time. So is there anything else you guys want to do before the formal appointment at Jean-Jacques' cousin's? Or would you like to, pass the time, maybe go back to the Stormcrow, and then go straight there?
I just asked them, you know, if they don't propose anything, I am making my way back, you know, to the Stormcrow to wait until the appointment. But I asked them, would you mind telling me why, aside from all of the gifts we got, we just spent almost all of our economies in a regular old sword? A beautiful one, not gonna lie, but
Yeah, of course, it requires some explaining. Let's talk about it when we get to the tavern.
okay.
All right.
Alright.
So I have a quick question for you guys as players. We usually have a break, but typically the main purpose of that break is, especially for Carlos, to have lunch with his family. Do you guys still want to have that 30-minute break, or should we have a shorter one soon and then just continue on?
I'm
I
fine
don't
with the
mind
shorter
having
one.
a shorter one. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah?
I'm fine with either.
All right. So I would say let's get back to the tavern, and then let's have a short break, and then we'll continue. All right. You make it back to the Stormcrow Tavern. It's getting busy now. Most of the snow in the street has at least cleared out. You do see a few people falling here and there just from how slippery things are. Children laughing. Other people laughing when it's these Yana fanatics that fall on their asses. But you make it back to a cozy, warm Stormcrow Tavern. A few patrons sitting around and enjoying some lunch. Finn is behind the bar. Delana's nowhere to be seen for the moment, presumably cooking. You can take a seat, pass some time, discuss what you want to do next. And I would say that, well, is there anything you guys want to discuss, first of all?
Well, yes.
Otherwise, we'll
there is
move on. But, yeah.
the unanswered question of why we purchased that sword.
Right.
Because
guess
I'm just asking, and I want to be direct with you. It's just that I have not abandoned, but I've left my path and trail aside in order to aid you and continue on with you. And every day that passes, there's an unsolved mystery or something that I've never heard before. So, would you please be clear with me on what's going on here exactly? And
Yeah,
who are you? What is this?
it's nothing it's nothing against you, Tarnok. It's just that we forget that you weren't there when that happened.
Huh?
We think of you as someone who's always been there,
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
mean
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this particular purchase has to do with how we all, well, in part how we all came to be together in the first place. Um, for myself, many years back, I was dungeon delving, so to say. I was exploring some ruins northeast of or east of North Dyke, and I came upon an elven crypt wherein I encountered an spirit of a long dead elf that spoke to me, and they bequeathed unto me the quest to retrieve an item of great import to the elven people, a sword of uh, one of two swords actually that were made and wielded by Kevin, wielded by or just made, just made, uh, wielded by Corral. Okay. So wielded by Corellin, and I don't know if you know, but the ancient god of the elves, and they set me on, and this was in part how I came to Watchhold, um, in pursuit of this sword. Its name is Sahandrin, um, the sister or brother of the sword that we bought today. One of two,
For
We
and
for
need
then
both,
us, yeah.
and we need both. You need both, actually.
Well,
Okay.
we got the three of us, Kor, Tani, and myself. Our first mission as official freelancers was to go and see if there was something wrong with the village, and we also stumbled upon. We weren't really dungeon delving. We just stumbled upon an ancient elven, well, ruins of something elven. I don't know. And another spirit spoke to us and told us that we should try to get the sword back to them. One very important note, though, instead of the sword, that is where we found this, and I show you the watch piece,
Mm,
the golden watch. That this was there. This was left by whoever took the sword,
mm-hmm.
or whoever was trying to find it before us, or something. We don't
So
know.
and,
now we have one of two swords. Okay, and a
and
bunch of
one
loose
scabbard,
ends.
And a
and one
scabbard.
scabbard that we found. Oh, did he?
Oh, I think he.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, and he is the one who needs to know the story.
Yeah, that's why I stopped talking. 'Cause
So in the meantime, to pass over this moment for a second, Tani, I whispered to you, but you also noticed that Finn is kind of beckoning for a moment to speak with you when you have a second. So whenever in the flow of this conversation, at some point when there's a lull, if you go to find him, you can speak with him briefly.
There are two Brunos.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Wow.
Hold on. Okay, we're good again.
Okay.
However, that moved everyone on
OCD.
my overlay. So
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
no, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. Let me just move everyone into the appropriate locations. But then, okay, so Tanya, we'll get to that in a second.
There.
But please continue explaining the story of the.
Yeah, I left in the scabbard part. Like
Yeah.
you have a scabbard as well.
So I say, and a scabbard, which we found a few days, I guess, after we all convened in Watchhold, in the offices of one overseer Epirata, who turned out to be, well, she was actually the head of the freelancer office in Watchhold. Effectively, all of ours superior and leader of that outpost. She turned out to be conspiring to acquire pieces of the item that Barnack just showed you, as well as some form of fiend, or at least that she had made a pact with the fiend. We defeated her, and in her office we found a vault that contained the scabbard of Sahandran.
You have it right now.
We do, but we
Yes.
have a scabbard of one and the actual sword of another, so we
Okay.
haven't
That
brought
was
them
going
two
to.
together.
I was going to, investigate upon that. Actually, I was going to see if, I didn't know if you know that. That's my thing. I was just trying to figure out if it was the sword was related to the scabbard thing.
We are not 100% sure because our notes are not here. It will
Yeah, I
check.
looked through mine and I don't see anything about the scabbard. Unfortunately, I guess it was.
I'll look up the
not
scabbard
taken.
on our break.
Yeah,
But-
but yeah, so that's why we got it, because we might be able to just finally
Okay.
one day
Yeah.
go back and deliver on our promise.
Just
Yeah,
keep me in
this
the
was-
loop, okay? It's important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was even bigger than the golden thing. That, yeah, but I don't know if I should still keep it a secret because it stopped working. But yeah, it was that mission was even bigger than the golden thing that we found.
Yeah, we never discussed
I
the
remember.
golden apple.
Yeah.
We never discussed why was the golden apple there instead of the.
And remember that they did know that we were somehow going to find it because Bruxo apparently took a contract weeks before, and we were celebrating in that tavern. And then, remember, those brothers attacked us, and that's where we all started. Yes.
Yeah, but Braxo was meeting with Epirata.
Yeah.
This Epirata knew,
Uh huh.
and Epirata was conspiring with someone from here.
That's why we're here too.
That's why we are here.
Yeah.
Well, I do have a theory, and it's obviously just a theory, but if the
Okay.
clockmaker is interested in bringing back the order of things from before, it would make sense that she would leave clues or items of note in places where the sort of avatars of this old way of things would be prominent or would be able to be found. So at least that's what I think, would make sense. But I'd consider doing something like that myself. Right? If I wanted to inspire people to pursue bringing back Quirlon, what better way to do it than leave a powerful artifact that leads this person on a quest to acquire more power and knowledge in a place that would tie it back to Quirlon.
Okay.
Jean-Jacques, I would like you to take some inspiration.
Oh, thank you.
Well, so if I mean, it's been told to us several times already that we're just pawns, and somebody's moving the pieces, and what I'm trying to say. Eventually, we will find the other sword.
Yeah.
That's
But
true.
This
there's also
seems to
one
be the
detail.
path we're trailing.
There's
And
also
remember-
one detail, and I like have you guys lean forward a bit because it's a super secret. Since we said no to Pax and the clockmaker, the golden thing doesn't work anymore. But the evil people don't know that. And yeah, that's it.
Right.
And I lean back away.
Darling,
Which
that was
other people?
amazing.
Barnack side.
Yeah.
Cor just has his mind blown. Like he's just like, whoa.
So do you think? Well, we gotta confirm if they feel that the magic has stopped. But what if they don't? And I don't know. That's as far as my mind can go right now. But we should still investigate, right? Because these people are evil and.
Well, I think that no matter what we do, we don't know what for they want to use these items. If they're simply trying to work with the clockmaker and become disciples, that's a lot more benevolent, even though it doesn't necessarily align with all of our beliefs. I do not believe that the clockmaker is working towards the inherent detriment of everybody, right? The old way, while flawed, was a lot more structured and orderly, right? It's not as if they are trying to destroy the world and make it a barren wasteland, right? So if individuals like a pirata are trying to get the items, I do believe they're trying to get them for nefarious purposes, maybe to corrupt them or in some way use them against the other disciples of the clockmaker. Maybe they're
Maybe
don't
even
know.
against the clockmaker herself.
exactly.
Well, we'll see. We'll
So
see.
I definitely am interested in pursuing this further, because I think that even if we don't achieve a great goal ourselves, stopping somebody from achieving a great evil goal is in and of itself an achievement worth our time.
I agree.
So just to clarify, right? Even though you guys are talking about this privately and secretively, you are in the common room?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, I guess
Yeah.
we didn't specify that we're not, so we
No,
probably
but
are.
In
but
the
also
corner
from the-
of the common room.
Yeah, like from the wanting to be secretive, I kind of assumed, but because I just
Yeah.
realized you guys are still like the tokens are still up there, so I just wanted to move
Yeah.
you to where you should be.
And the Starnock said, "We are pawns." Well, everyone tells us we're pawns. So we should always also remember that pawns can sometimes kill the queens.
Exactly. Very good point. I didn't know you knew chess, Barnack. You should play
Oh, I
sometime.
do. Well, what else can you play when you're drunk on a ship?
Well, actually, we probably played a lot together.
Yeah, maybe with your own rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jean-Jacques probably taught Barnack a version of chess where he could just always win.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so as you guys are talking, there's this brief momentary pause, right, where you're all looking at each other, and you just hear this weird muttering nearby, and appearing out of thin air, out of invisibility, is Appy, your friend, and he's just kind of standing there under his hood, like still pulled down, like hiding the weird deformity of like being partially human but also having patches of skin that are more tiefling-like, and the like misshapen growth of his horns, and just kind of standing there. He kind of looks a little weird and a little out of sorts, and he kind of looks at you guys. You're so wrong. How could you do this to? How could you do this to me? And he just like says a word and snaps his fingers. You may attempt to
Okay.
counterspell if you wish.
Can I? How does this work? Can I first attempt to identify the spell, or is this?
So
'cause
let
it
me see
uses a
here, because we shared the rules about
Yeah.
that, right? So
I think it uses a reaction to identify the spell.
It does. It does.
yeah, I think
I,
so.
I read it just before we started. It uses a reaction to identify it.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can either try to identify it, or you can just immediately attempt to counterspell whatever he's doing.
I will. Fuck.
That's
Do
not
I
an option.
trust- I will fuck. I will try to counterspell.
Do you choose a different level?
I choose level 4.
Okay. He, immediately upon seeing this, like with a speed you did not expect, casts a 5th level counterspell as well. Like
counterspell
literally
itself.
just slapping you down with the
Yeah.
response. And immediately you watch as parts of the tables nearby get pushed back as a force cage surrounds you. 20 feet to each side almost, like not quite, but just to fit in here. And it seems to just wrap completely around you guys. There's kind of scraping of chairs nearby as a few of the other patrons get up. Finn stands up, and just kind of looks over. Doesn't do anything yet, but Appy just looks over his shoulder, and you just hear him hiss in a voice that doesn't sound like his, and he just says, "Get out!" And immediately, people just kind of scramble to get out. They're not, heroes or fighters, so they just kind of go for the door immediately, scrambling over each other almost. And he pulls back the hood, and you see for the first real time, because he's always had his hood on with you guys. You see Appy in his full form here, and it is a kind of a miserable sight, that's for sure. You don't know, if he was born like this or if he was always like this, but he looks like he's in a rough spot, even rougher than when you last left him. The weird thick skin, abrasions and mutant growths almost have left him looking quite fierce. But as he looks over you guys, you see a new kind of awareness in his eyes, and he looks incredibly angry, first and foremost, and he seems to be regarding you in a new way as well. And he says, "You just had to say no, didn't you? You just had to reject her."
Now,
I didn't reject her.
One of you
Sorry
what
for
I
leaving
see.
you at the ship, and well, from what you're saying, it looks like you heard us, but we can explain. We can explain.
Explain? What is there to explain? You turned your back on me. You abandoned any chance I had of becoming normal again. Just
now,
forgot about me. Everyone forgot about me.
Appy, we're real sorry. We didn't necessarily forget. We were trapped.
How could you?
It's very fair, Appy. I understand that you're mad. You should be. It wasn't fair. We didn't do it on purpose.
No, we didn't do it on purpose.
As you guys watch, and this becomes
Be angry,
obvious,
is what you want.
and this becomes obvious to everyone, is like as he's kind of straining, you see like he's tensing his muscles, not against anything, but just he's tense completely and all over. You see these like light waftings of green energy kind of come off of him, like thinnest bits of smoke, just like waves of very slow energy in that same way that you've seen happen from the flowers before. But this is his own natural affinity for magic, as far as you can tell. It's just that he's currently channeling or possessing or has access to a very, very large font of magical energy, and he has locked you up in a space that I think those of you familiar with magic are aware is incredibly difficult to be removed from if the caster doesn't want you to be.
This is a question to the DM that is going to be a question for the players, if depending on the answer. But do I know this guy?
You only know him from the ship. He's traveled with you, but he hasn't interacted with you much. The rest of the party has been speaking with him on and off, but mainly, probably at the time, it was secretively, since at the time you guys weren't telling Turnock about the golden timepiece. So you've probably seen them kind of pull away from you, or at least cut off their discussions with him anytime that you were around, and he definitely didn't engage when this was the case.
Okay. I just turn to Jean-Jacques and I say, that's what I say when I say to keep me in the loop. Like,
Yeah, we gotta explain this too.
You
but-
could have told me more as well. She punished me. She punishes me with truth for your failure. It wasn't supposed to go like this. It wasn't supposed to go like this.
What? Truth.
And ironically, you feel terrible, just so you guys know.
What?
What? She...
I remember it all. I don't want to remember all of it.
We're real sorry, Appy. We would have said something if we only had a chance. We talked to you about everything that had to do with the timepiece. You know that. It all happened outside of our control. Tani and Core were trapped. Barnick and I went after them, and so did Turnock, and it all went down in this weird dreamscape thing that we had no way of communicating with you. I promise you we would have told you if we only could have.
How could you?
Yeah, we were going to find you at the ship and bring you here, but then we heard a voice, and
How could you choose this? It hurts. It hurts all the time. I don't want to remember.
What
You did
do you
this.
remember?
She punishes me with truth, with the memories. I remember all of it.
what do you mean all of it?
And he turns around and he starts kind of like still holding his head, walking away. And you try to plead, you feel out briefly the limits of essentially what is a cell that's been built for you now. You feel out the limits, and is there anything at this point, as he turns his back, that you want to signal to, for example, Finn? Because he's the only one that's still in the room.
Is he within the...
He's
cage?
not within. He is currently trying to edge closer to what seems to be a weapon that he keeps behind the bar.
I just kind of... I look at him and I just wave my head like, no. Just give us a moment.
Yeah, I noticed Jean-Jacques doing that, and I'll do the same.
He just holds up his hands and he stays still. And actually is surprisingly calm about the entire matter as he just leans forward on the bar and just goes to observe, just like,
What a fucking
Okay.
badass. Not the guy I remember, but whatever.
oh, he's seen some shit in the meantime. But, Appy, in the meantime, just kind of stands with his back to you guys. And he says, I remember everything we did to them. It wasn't me. I didn't... Why didn't we stop when they screamed? And there's this moment where he just kind of whimpers and becomes quiet. And then you see the head go up a little bit and his posture changes entirely. I do apologize for that. He turns around, takes you all in, and it's like looking at a different person. It's like... That's definitely not the Appy you've known, the insecure, worried, amnesiac person that you've been trying to shepherd into finding his way. Well. This is a little mess here. I take it you're the ones who've been, I guess, babysitting while I've been incapacitated? Well,
No, you're not the Uppy we know.
no. My name's not Appy. What a ridiculous name, by the way. Please never call me that again. I would very much appreciate it.
What is your name?
Well, as to that, and he looks around a little bit. He looks at Finn, smiles at him, weirdly, in a very, very unfriendly, unkindly way. Looks back at you guys. Well, as to that, I don't think that's really any of your business. The only reason I want to be here is to tell you to leave me alone. Let's part ways here. And nothing has to change for you. In fact, you can forget all about me. Do we have a
Wait.
deal?
Or am I going to leave you alone if I don't know who you are or why you're here?
Well, that's kind of the point. You know as little as possible, and we move on. I just want to make sure that there's no sentiment lingering that will make you come after me, investigate me, or in any other way try to find out
Alright.
who or where I am.
Okay, we won't. I won't look for you, but can I understand at least this? Did you somehow restart? Did your memories wipe away, but you're still the same person, or are you a new person? Another conscience.
I'm me. I am everything that is me. I am the total person. What you've been dealing with was a fragment. Something that she left as punishment for something I tried to do. But don't worry about that. I'll get her back. I'm prepared now. I know what she can do.
And if we decline,
Well, that will make this very unpleasant. And I think I might have to introduce you to a few friends of mine, just to make sure that in the aftermath of what happened, you would feel inclined to agree anyway. I'm threatening you. Just accept, and we can all walk away from here with all of our limbs intact, all of our minds intact, and no need to bother each other again.
Guys, I don't really feel threatened. I mean, Appy's threatening us.
Would you
And
like me to make my threats more tangible? He reaches out and he grabs something in midair that's not there, like a part of the fabric of space, and he just rips it away, and you see just this black tear in nothingness. And he looks into it for a moment, and he says something that you can't quite understand. He whispers it almost like a message. And after a few seconds, you watch as an arm pushes through of a humanoid sort of being, and another arm pushes through. You see the skin is quite dark, seems to be human, in fact, but embedded in the flesh are these thin lines of metal, seemingly fused together. And as it pushes out, you see a face that's still mostly intact, of a man, but like the hair is all gone, and on the side of the head you see several of the cogwheels inlaid and intertwined and currently click, 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 click. And you see that it has several more of these modifications around its body, and it just kind of pushes itself into the space, and behind it comes another, and behind that comes another. 3. One is human, one seems to be more shorter, maybe part dwarf, and another one is definitely a half-elf. And they push into the space, but they act almost like automatons. Like they look at Appy, or formerly Appy, and just kind of take up positions around the force cage around you guys, trying like to feel their way in, but when they realize that there's a barrier, they stop and just kind of take the position up around there.
so Epi's not within the force cage. We're in the force cage.
Yes, he encased you guys in it. Away
Ah,
from
he's
himself.
outside.
Yeah.
I just look at
Ah.
Barnack.
That kind of threat.
Yes, and I can
Duly
assure you
noted.
that my little pets here are not the most pleasant to play with. You watch, like, as you guys are kind of having this standoff, as one of them seems to kind of shimmer for a moment, as if it becomes translucent almost, and then it just disappears, and it teleports to another space adjacent to the square, and it seems involuntary. It's like it's kind of disoriented itself after it comes out, but then it immediately refocuses on you guys.
Well, we were mainly interested in you as a who we thought to be a friend.
I mean, I have to frankly thank you for what you did, because of course you did bring me back. So thank you for that, and I am grateful, but that is the main reason that I choose not to act in any further capacity here. Now, you can understand that the people that have left, and after the little outburst that occurred, and he looks a little disturbed, we probably don't have too much time alone, and if anybody arrives, and he looks at the creatures that he summoned, this won't be a pleasant experience for anyone. So I'm going to need your answer sooner rather than later.
I don't know about them, sir, but I'm not looking to have any more enemies, considering the amount of enemies we already have.
And that's a smart man.
So,
Dragonborn. Apologies.
I just gotta look at the other three, them having a much stronger relationship with Appy, and that kind of say, I don't think we've got much choice here, friends.
It breaks my heart how Abby was so broken on those last moments. But yeah, you're not Abby anymore. And I don't wish to have you as an enemy.
I agree, but just a simple question. You said we part ways. Does that mean that you will not go after us?
Of course not. Why would I have any reason to go after you? You've
no, I
rejected.
don't know who you are. I don't know what you're doing here. You're here to assure we're not going to go after you.
Indeed. You've rejected the one that has earned my ire. So, as long as you do not align with her, we have no qualms whatsoever.
And if we do,
Then I'm sure we'll meet again.
fair enough.
Excellent. And he just like clicks his fingers, and the creatures start walking back into the rift and disappear. And he just kind of looks into it for a moment, looks at you guys. Well, a happy last meeting. And he steps through, and then you guys still have about 50 minutes on a force cage that won't drop.
15 or 50?
50, 50.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was about to asking, can you let us go at least?
It's actually not. It's not a concentration spell, so he literally wouldn't be able to choose to drop it.
Oh, well. Okay. You guys have a lot of enemies. Oh my
Well,
god.
to be fair, this one we couldn't have known about, really.
Did you see
Well,
how Abby was suffering? We
Yeah.
didn't forget him.
well,
I don't think it was us forgetting him, Tani. I think it was us rejecting
Yep,
her.
exactly.
So I don't know how this will play with Core, but of course he was the one who ultimately met with and chose otherwise. So I will say only this, that in this moment, Core will make the correction saying, I rejected her. And whatever his emotional responses to that is Carlos's to figure out. But I'm sure that Core at least has something to think about, being the upstanding and morally vigilant person that he usually has proven to be. So, with another 50 minutes in the force cage, you guys have some time to discuss, but I would suggest that we take our break here. Let's take 15 minutes and return at 20:05 CET to pick this up.
I would guess, out of character, we would explain who was happy to turn out. So yeah.
I mean, I know. Now that I know him, like I know that he was there. He shipped with us. I've seen him interacting with you, and what I knew from him is that he was friendly.
No, but we would explain everything now, like who actually he wasn't, and we would just
And who
fill you
was
in. Yeah. So
yeah,
he
yeah.
was-
So
yeah.
please do.
Why he was so devastated.
He was a guy
at
that-
us
yeah.
saying no.
Yeah, he was
What,
a guy.
sorry?
Go ahead, Kira.
No, we would explain why he was so devastated by us saying no. But we knew him shortly after we were attacked at the tavern. He was there during the fight, and he just came up to us and said, "Want to know more about the golden thing that we found?" So we went to his place in secret, and he revealed that he had been a follower of the clockmaker, like one of his staff members. I forget the medieval fantasy name. And he had somehow angered her, and she had punished him. Is that right, Barney? Well, Milosh? Am I getting the story right? And he wanted to return to his former magical prowess self.
which he definitely did by casting Force Cage.
And ripping a fabric in reality.
That too.
Yeah.
But what did we just do? to in order for him to return to his own self.
Rejected
Because
her again, I think.
was it rejecting her that caused this? But wasn't that what he wanted? Like what is said is that he was a shell of himself, that figure, that agonizing creature that we've seen is just a part of the multiple beings or souls or identities, personalities that are stored within that individual. So we just helped them.
Well, I don't think it's really that simple, to be honest.
He
I think
said.
that
Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say I think that Cora's actions had some unforeseen consequences and that they were not foreseeable. We could not have simply known that this would be the outcome, nor would I don't think much have changed about how things were done if we even knew.
Yeah, I don't think Appy would have, well, had known either. I don't think he knew. And I mean Appy that we knew.
Yeah, I don't think that him forgetting what he did was that much of a punishment, more a blessing.
He said before he transformed that she was punishing him with the
The
truth.
memories.
Exactly.
So this was her doing.
Yeah.
Him
Well,
transforming back in the end was her doing, not ours.
Him being broken and having only some memories and being a shadow of what he was her doing as well. It was his punishment. Knowing, but also not knowing.
Maybe that was his reward, because if she was punishing him by giving him back his memories, that means that taking away his memories is not a punishment. It's a reward of sorts.
I'm going to
Yeah,
take
maybe.
Finn to throw in an idea here. But, he's listening. He's quite intrigued. And he'll say, well, you're talking about them as if they're one person. But what if they were really two? And one of them, the new one that you knew, was better than the old one. And he didn't want to go back because he realized he was a terrible person.
that is what I think as well.
Yes.
Which
Two
is quite
people
tragic.
Two people in a single person.
Kind
Yeah, when he
of.
was saying that,
Bob.
I said, well, what if I start saying those things once I remember what I did?
Connie, the difference between Appy and you is that, might be shitty to say this, but Appy didn't have anyone around him when this thing happened. You still have friends. And we are part of your family of sorts, so.
And I don't think I will turn into a weird person.
If you
Well,
start
that's the two
turning,
things this group has, right? Friends and loose ends. Oh my goodness. And I'm starting to get really anxious with the fact that I'm stuck in the cage, like a bit claustrophobic, like, let me out. Not like that, but in spirit.
Sure.
Finn, can you get us some ale?
He just knocks on the cage where the barrier is.
Yeah.
I can throw some ale at you, but it's just gonna stain my floor.
Yeah.
But yes, Tani, if you start remembering something that you don't want to, please share it with us.
Barnacle just hit you in the head, make you forget again.
That can work.
Okay.
Alright, so let's have our short break, and we'll be back soon with the second half of this episode.
Yep.
Curious where we're gonna land at. Alright, let's make
Tonight
it
is
10
the
past.
tonight is the celebration thing, right?
This afternoon, actually, right?
Well, this afternoon, yeah.
It's the rehearsal, actually, right?
This
have the
is
rehearsal
Jean-Jacques' semi-official.
For us,
Yeah, it's
thing.
not the one that's in.
It's not
in
the
wing.
big one, no.
Yeah.
Alright, so see you guys in a bit.
Yeah, in a bit.
Okay.
Should be working now. Alright, so we're just talking to Tani and figuring out, Finn is trying to ask her how she's doing.
Okay, in this place, we saw each of our memories. Well, not memories, but things that marked us, I guess. And what I saw, I think did really happen. And
Right.
and suddenly I want to know about my past. Because, well, you know me. I was about to say I don't usually get confused, but who am I kidding? I do get confused at everything.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this chance that maybe by knowing who I was, maybe I'll understand, or I don't know. I want to know what I did. I don't want to live with blank memories from my past. And so these days, well, we went to a place and I saw more stuff and I had a dream and it's been rough. It's been rough. And
Yeah.
also, well, with the voice that I was hearing, well, we sorted that out.
That
So
was the
you don't
dream
have to be
thing.
worried about that.
That was when you had that dream, right?
When
And
we
you-
were unconscious and
Yeah.
they went for us, yes. We
Okay.
we figured that out. That's no longer a problem, I think. But
He looks at you very intently, listening to all this, and he will ask you first, what did you dream, Tani?
well, it was about, well, maybe I don't remember much either of what you saw when I started coming, or how I started coming into your inn those years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But it was about the, well, I guess you must know. It was about the the incredible power that my cult was following. Well, I don't want to say mine. It was a dream about that,
Okay.
and that,
Did she speak to you?
yeah. You even know that?
You see him kind of look away like, shit.
How much do you know?
And he looks back at you, and you see he looks sad most of all. He just looks terribly, terribly
Motherfucker.
sad. Tony, you made me promise never to say a word.
Did I?
Yeah. Look, what I know is not much, but I know that when we met, you didn't spend days sleeping on the floor here before I let you in. I met you through Miss Gold. She was helping you get better, become a better person. But to do that, you had to, as I understand it, make some significant sacrifices, which included forgetting a lot of your old life. Now, you chose to do this, so I don't know if you want to go back, or if you want to leave that buried, probably where it belongs. But you did choose to become a better person. I don't know much of those days. I just promised Miss Gold that I'd look after you until you're back on your feet, which you are now. But the choice is yours. If you want, I can point you in one direction that might give you some answers. But please think about it before you ask me to break your confidence.
Did I really do this to myself? Well, did I
You didn't hurt
did
yourself.
I choose to forget like this?
Yeah,
Was it really me?
you did choose this. It's because I think you knew a lot of secrets that could be very dangerous, and the only way to bury those secrets forever was to forget. So Miss Gold helped you forget find a way, I think, to store away those memories, so that only you could ever get to them again. Just in case, I suppose. But I think your intent was that no one should ever see them again. And he kind of reaches out and he like tries to grab your hand a little bit just to give you reassurance.
So like I let him for a few seconds, but I do like want to keep to myself.
Hmm.
The voice said, "Harold, you have returned to me," and then said something about me being incomplete, and I will be whole again. And I felt this thing in my chest. I was gasping for air. It felt like there was a hole in my heart where something should be. Is that what the voice meant? Is the voice saying that I'll someday return?
He gets up and he tries to get your attention. Like he tries to put his hands on your shoulder if you let him.
Yeah.
And just kind of like, shh, just look at me. Look at me. Whatever is in your past is still in the past. Alright? Just stay calm. Stay grounded. You're here now. You have choice. You have choices plentiful ahead of you. Whatever this was, whatever it may mean, you choose how you deal with it. Alright?
But now what do I do? Do I
That's
do
it
I
to
want to
you.
know now? Do I want to say the words in that place that'll help investigate what all this is? Is that it? Will that help stop this cult? Because I'm not sure if I want. I'm not sure if I want them to continue existing.
Tony, I can't give you those answers. You know, there are people out there very much dedicated to eradicating evil, especially things like this. And there are others who would rather just pretend it doesn't exist. And neither is a wrong choice. But you have to consider this in full and what it might mean for you, and then choose. And I don't think you can make this choice alone. If these are your friends, then you've got to talk to them as well, because it will affect them one way or another.
So far, Jean-Jacques has been asking how I'm doing, and have had these talks with him. And he's been asking me if I'm sure I want to know. But I think, yeah, I'll have to ask them, because now I'm suddenly not sure. And
Alright.
I feel betrayed by my own self. And I'm also feeling super betrayed by these people that it's their fault that I had to do this.
Perhaps. He just looks at you thoughtfully for a moment, and he says, all I know is what Miss Gold told me, which is that you did an incredibly brave thing, choosing to be other than you were. So whatever judgment you want to visit on your old self, maybe don't be too harsh if you don't know the full truth, which you never have to learn if you don't want to.
Do you think if I talk with Miss Gold, she will tell me also? At least a little bit?
She'll point you in the right direction, but things like this is usually something that you'll have to discover on your own. But she can certainly help you.
I had no idea, Fran.
The only thing that I can tell you, and I'll give you a name of someone that you can speak to if you want to find out more.
Mm-hmm.
Her name is Aithne Deosilimon. I'll write it in the chat. But Aithne used to come with you a little bit. She was a friend of yours or something. I saw you meet with her once. Here. I believe that she's still at the university here. I think an assistant professor is her position.
Do you know if she was part of it? Or she was just an outside friend?
I don't know that, but it's the only person that I know is connected to your old life that might know you. Because you told me never to let you near her ever again.
What was she like?
I didn't meet her in that great detail. But you both were, back then, you seemed very self-assured to me. Very knowledgeable and intelligent and on point. And it's not to say that you're none of those things now, but it was different. You were someone with a purpose.
Does the I don't know.
Look,
I'm
that's
confused
all
about
I
the whole
know.
thing, but do you, if I say the name Sabila, does that ring a bell? Could she be Sabila? Because I remember there was this friend in that memory thing. And
Doesn't
in that memory, I didn't continue the torture, but I think I did continue in real life. Well, maybe it's not her.
he looks, worried. But he says, it's not a name that's familiar to me. Honestly, Tani, I came in at the very end. I became your shepherd for your new self. I know you the way you are now. Sweet and kind and good and driven. But who you were back then? That's for you to choose if you want to discover. If you think it's important enough.
Yeah, I'll have to think about it.
I'll ask Miss Gold to come. So you can speak with her.
But did you become this friend, this guardian, just because Miss Gold asked you, or just because you really wanted to?
Well, at the time I didn't know you, but I knew Miss Gold very well, and I know her a great deal. And I knew that if she was asking me to do this, then you were worth helping. And ever since, I've never regretted it. In fact, I would consider you one of my very closest friends in the world. So don't think that whatever this might have started in, that it affects our friendship now. Alright?
Alright.
Come on. And he he attempts to offer a hug.
Yep. And I take it and
Alright. It's like
I
this,
cling to it a little longer than
very, very, very strong hug from the former barbarian dwarf. And then he lets you go, and he steps aside a little bit, and he looks over to your friends, who you guys have been sitting at the table, have probably noticed that they've been having a more intense conversation than might have been initially indicated, even though it's not clear about what. And he says, well, you know what? I'm going to get back to work. I suggest you talk to your friends and see what's what. But I'm around.
calm myself down.
Alright. Slaps you on the
Can't
shoulder
worry
a little
that
too
so
hard.
much. Yeah. Gonna be fine, I guess.
Alright. So, I guess you return to the table.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
I'll take this time after we spoke to just give everybody a little bit of information and just say, last night while Turnock, you were talking to your friend and the rest of you were looking after Tani, I spoke to RB for a little bit. And he's in a pinch of trouble, so he won't quite be able to help us to the extent that I was hoping with our business here in the city, but he can still help with some of it. In exchange, he is hoping for a little bit of protection. There are some folks after him that are trying to relieve him of his mortal coil, and he'd like us to just be around to stop them if it came to this. He expects to be done with his business here in the city in a few days, and until then he primarily just asked to stick around and have us have his back if it comes to a fight.
Yep.
What we get out of this, somebody want to ask something? What we get out of this is an introduction, and I kind of look around, make sure that nobody's eavesdropping, scope the area.
Okay. You want to make a perception check just for for posterity?
It's a 12.
Okay.
This is my passive perception.
There's
anyway.
almost no one in the tavern, so thankfully, you feel pretty confident that no one's paying attention.
So he'll be able to give us an introduction with the DeLuca family. He has some ties with them, and I think turned out this might have been before your time, so I'll loop you in. The
Again.
DeLuca family is the opposite to the Scarlet Rose we've been talking about in past days. So, according to RB, the Scarlet Rose, for the past several months, perhaps even more, has taken over the majority of the criminal underground of Pastitia. Something they were not in a position to do necessarily, which is the interesting bit. I know of them, and I've heard of them at least, and RB confirmed this as more of well, a freelancer of sorts, not affiliated with the actual organization, a specialist that would perform kidnappings or breaking and entering on occasion for the top bidder. So they were not necessarily a captain or anything like that in any of the criminal families in the city. So the fact that he actually rose to power to such an extent and then afterwards managed to subjugate the rest of the organizations is intriguing, to say the least. He's done so by way of bribery and promises of power and boons and gifts, but also by way of blood. Anybody who did not bend the knee had their hamstrings cut, so to say. At least that's what I understand. Well, maybe that's a bit colorful. So what we are looking to do with the DeLuca family, Turnock, is to get together with the other side and see if they have any clue why. The reason being is that, amongst other things that we found in the vault in Epirata's chambers, was a letter to somebody as titled SR from Pastitia that she was working with. And we surmised this was likely the Scarlet Rose, which, after coming here and seeing what the hell is happening, I'm inclined to believe. Which means that this person is involved in some form of plot or larger organization that's taken hold over more than we even anticipated when it comes to the powers of the Republic.
Noted. Added to the list of 1 million missions that we have to achieve.
Yeah. Well, this one I hope ties into our other missions. To be honest, it's more of a waypoint, so to say, because as we know, it is likely that at least an affiliate of the Scarlet Rose was involved in the attempted murder or kidnapping of Lord Storm, and I hope that we can find more out about why. What I come to understand is that even though they wear the red sashes, they're not necessarily directly involved with the Scarlet Rose themselves, who's a mysterious figure, by the way. Nobody knows who they are. It is more that the various organizations have sworn fealty and wear this sash as a means of displaying that fealty, but they still operate independently. So it's possible that one of these organizations took up a contract against Lord Storm, but they simply appear to be wearing the red sashes because they're at least inadvertently tied. Scarlet Rose controls these various factions through, I think, 4 lieutenants or captains who sort of run the day-to-day and report back to him. All of these lieutenants are allegedly or reportedly very powerful individuals in their own right, and would probably be significant challenges for us to deal with, not to mention the fallout of confronting them directly.
Well, I hope that investigating on this will also lead us to more answers regarding perhaps the murders that were taking place. And by the way, do you remember Clement, that half elf at the brothel that
Mhm.
Master Ko was defending? His brother went missing as well,
Okay.
and that's why he was, on that state of mind that we found him in. So just keep that in mind. Perhaps while investigating these things, we might stumble upon a clue. Master Ko gave me they gave me some directions on uh, where he was last seen, and well, we may be able to start with that. I don't know. I don't know if you guys have already more conclusive lead to any of this, but it's a good starting point if you don't.
Yeah, certainly. I just think we need to make sure that before the annual ball comes around, we
Mm-hmm.
at least try and get some information because all of these other things, while important, are not necessarily to do with our contract. And I
Mm-hmm.
do believe that we must pay that sufficient mind,
Mm-hmm.
as a lot hinges on our maintained relationship with both the freelancers and its various benefactors.
Yes, yes. Just a comment. Also, Master Ko will be at the ball.
Interesting.
Not as a guest. Let's put it like that. And but he won't be there attending to our agenda. So we might have an ally if things go too much sideways. But he
Hmm.
will be pursuing his own goal, which aligns to mine, but not with ours as a group. Um, so just for you to have that in mind.
Understood.
All right. So I would imagine at this point probably Tanya rejoins the table. You guys having caught each other up a little bit. Before anyone can say anything, Finn actually comes hurrying over with some drinks, and he goes like, "Really sorry about this, guys, but actually last night someone came in with a message for, I'm guessing, Ashenhurst. That's you folks, right? Here you go." And he just hands you a letter, which seems to be on official freelancer stationery.
Okay.
So
Barnack.
So you open the letter. It's very short. It just says, "Hey guys, comma, what's up? Question mark. I'm really sad that you haven't come by yet. Please do. Best regards, Mr. Silver." And you see the address, and it's the freelancer headquarters here in the city.
Mr. Silver is not necessarily a name that we know, is it?
No, but
No.
I think that those of you, I mean, whoever is more familiar with freelancer structure, he's the taskmaster here. So
Who was when we asked Taskmaster Horn? He said a name or maybe two. When we asked him who the new overseer might be,
right.
did he mention Silver?
No, definitely
Or
not
no?
Silver, because the thing is, they've been, over the past week or so, they've been gathering in Watchhold to choose the new one, and Silver
Yeah.
isn't even there. He's still here handing out contracts. He's not, from inferences, you can probably deduce that he is not the most politically motivated. He just holds his post and seems to be
Yeah.
quite
The
content
way
there.
he writes as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah. We're summoned. We got summons to go and say hi to Mr. Silver, the taskmaster of this city.
All right. Well,
Let's do that tomorrow after the. Well, we already have an appointment for this evening, and I know that you guys are not accustomed to these sorts of environments, but perhaps showing up in good energy, high spirits, and you know, not rushing between any type of contact, mission, contract, or whatever quest you guys find in the way of pursuing whatever you guys find in your way is going to be ideal here.
We never do that.
We don't.
Jean-Jacques kind of leans over, and if Turnock allows it, just puts a hand on his shoulder and just looks at him like with the most honest expression that Jean-Jacques has had since they met, and just says, "I am so thankful that you're here." Just like lets it hang there for just a moment. The sincerity in his voice is striking. You know, it's like you
Turnock.
see relief like everywhere.
At this point, Turnock's literally taking notes. That's what he's doing. Like, he's taking notes, and you know, if Jean-Jacques close enough, he can see that he's literally noting down everything that they need to do in the order that he thinks that is the ideal and the most optimal for us to go about all the things in a timely manner. So
Well, I don't see you
literally
do
writing
that, so I just turn back and say, so another note, another well thought. While we are at the freelancers, we can see which quests they have. Maybe they can do maybe they can give us something to do as well while we're here.
yeah. It's so boring, right now. We definitely need some more stuff to do.
Oh boy.
Tani, are you okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm okay. Honestly, I need the distraction.
Do you want to
I'll
go
be
back
honest
to the
with you.
brothel?
And Finn said some important stuff about my past that I think it's time to tell you also. And I'll be honest with you guys. I don't feel like I'm in the best capacity to make the best decision right now, so I need I need you guys to help me think. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I dropped my
Need help
notes.
to think. So I'll tell you later. Not right now. I want to get distracted.
I grabbed my notes back.
Turnock will remember this.
I need help thinking.
I have.
All right. Well,
Sorry, I was just
Right.
gonna say I have to imagine with their past friendship, Cora probably reaches out and just briefly puts a hand on your shoulder, just kind of encouragingly but stoically, not forcing you to say anything, but he's there.
Honey,
Well,
I don't want to sound any insensitive or anything like that. I know you're going through a hard time, but we literally don't have any time for your bullshit right now. I need you.
Not to sound insensitive.
But shut up! You're boring.
No, of course she won't laugh, but yeah, I get that. Yes, I'll put myself together.
Thank you. Thank you
But
so much.
wait.
Trust me that I can do that. I'll be my usual stupid self.
You're not stupid, Tani. If you're stupid, then what am I?
Stupid?
No, I'm the leader. Leaders can't be stupid. Leaders are the most profound
Where's
ones
your
here.
hat?
That's honestly.
I
how
gave
I'm
it
feeling
away.
right now, but yeah.
No leader here.
Yeah, I'm not.
I gave it.
You're
I'll go
right.
buy.
You're right.
I'll go and buy a hat.
You're right.
Okay.
We're Orion and Oriana. How could we possibly be? Yeah. Keep it together, Tani.
Tani, tonight we have that thing
Yeah.
that you and I will probably excel at because
Yes,
we are
will
people.
excel. Yes.
People. So yeah, if things go south and if they kick us out, which will probably happen, we can go and talk.
please don't get kicked out, please. I'm taking you to see my family.
That's
So-
not on us, Jean-Jacques. That
Oh,
is
God.
not on us. You know that we are very good people.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I get what Turnock's saying. I'll be myself. This is not
Well,
me right now.
To be honest, Tony, like I also get it, and it's very candid of you, Turnock. But in terms of distractions, there's nothing like an aristocratic soiree where everybody's super boring and proper to get your mind off of things. So
I'll pay attention to everything they're saying and I'll try to piece it. That's how I'll get distracted.
yeah,
Yeah.
good.
Remember, they have 3 forks, Tani. What the fuck?
Yeah. Can we go over that again before we go later?
Yeah, sure. Let me share you again.
Yeah, I'm going to. I don't know. I'm going to get myself. We are already close, right? The time is like literally. We need to
Oh,
start, putting in our clothes and getting ready and stuff
yeah,
like
I
that.
mean, you have some space, so it's not like you're really pressed for time, but definitely this is the time if you wish to get started to give yourself enough room to not have to hurry, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you can definitely
Yeah.
start getting ready. Barnack, you can dip out and buy a nice, I mean, you're close to the harbor, so buying a
Yeah.
nice, ridiculously
hat.
oversized Commodore's hat.
Yep.
Probably with like
Commodore.
3 feathers in it, and like it fits your head, but it is basically it's wider than your shoulders, and it's just enormous. It's like a ship in and of itself
Yep.
on your head. Completely black with like white trimming and everything, and then like beautiful, gigantic
Oh,
feathers,
God.
probably from a hippogriff or something that have been plucked into it.
That works. Doesn't matter how expensive that was. That
Oh,
works.
that was like let's say 2 gold pieces, 2 guilders.
Yep. I'm immediately taking those off. Oh, that works wonders.
As you walk away, like from the stand and from a few of the other stands nearby that sell like paraphernalia and other ridiculous tourist items, everyone watching you walk by just starts clapping.
Yep. Not realizing what they're on about, I'll just puff up my chest and continue walking.
Okay, somewhere in the distance, laughter begins.
I didn't
Is
hear it.
there a way? I turn to Finn actually. Is there a way a dragonborn can get a bath in this place?
Of course, anyone can get a bath. I'll get a big one for you. Just a second. And he heads up the stairs, and you hear some scraping and some cursing as something falls over. But about 15 minutes later, you hear Finn calling, and as you come upstairs, you see him literally carrying an entire large-sized bathtub, large enough for you to be in, made of copper, above his head, just carrying it into your chambers.
Yeah, you can leave that anywhere, please.
Well,
And
our guests have a certain expectation of privacy and also not to be exposed to, bathing
Your
dragonborn. So I'll
presence.
put it in your, I'll put it in your chambers if that's all right. It's going to take us about 30 minutes to fill it up with water, but
too bad you won't give your clients a little bit of entertainment. Have you ever seen a naked dragonborn before?
yes.
That answer was not ready for. Thank you, Finn.
You hear like
yes.
as he walks away, you hear him mumbling about many naked dragonborn and other creatures, and always the fucking tiefling. That's all you hear.
Okay.
So there's some
Yeah,
some
so-
memory there that's definitely haunting him.
Yeah, I go to my room then. Still head down on my notes. I'm still figuring it out.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm just going to wait for everybody to be ready, but consider me ready. Getting ready.
Okay.
And
So yeah,
until the time we leave, I'm getting ready. And
yeah. So I think at this point, let's time skip a bit. But is there anything that absolutely must happen now, or shall we go ahead, approach the 4 o'clock mark, and you guys are underway to Jean-Jacques' cousin's location?
I have just one thing in the carriage on the way over there. It's just,
Okay. So, you guys flag down one of the many carriages that are taking people to and fro, especially from the harbor to other places in the city, and especially in this weather, they are very busy and very popular. So you end up paying, I think probably for this, it will be a gold piece for all of you together to go where you want to go. You said like in the back of the carriage, it's still cold. But thankfully, those of you who wanted to have warm winter coats or cloaks to put over you, to put over your formal clothes as well, and just another gentle clippity clop of the horses. I give the word to you, Jean-Jacques.
yeah, so just RB is with us. So I
Yes.
just say to everybody, as you know, I do have a different family name back in Nordyke, but today I am going to be Jean-Jacques Dupois, that you know. Please be mindful of that. It's quite important. I entrusted you with the truth of my identity. So I would appreciate if you could preserve that trust. Just a bit of information. I'm a part of I'm an offshoot of the Chapois, or Chopin, sorry, family from North Dyke. We're a smaller cousin family of sorts. We primarily deal in merchant work, specifically with timber and other assorted building materials from up north. And RB here is going to be acting as my assistant. I don't think a butler would be proper considering my station, but administrative assistant of sorts. Helps deal with my day-to-day.
Aye, my lord.
And who are we?
I think that in that sense you can be yourselves. I don't think that unless you want to obscure your identities, but
Oh, I mean,
You
should
could
we say
be
that we are
ugly
freelancers?
prostitutes. Sorry, Arby just like literally belts over everyone. He's not being very considerate.
No,
No, you
not
could
tonight. That's true.
I was about to nod, but when Barnack says no, I immediately switch to no.
Oh,
I think you could just
Can we just be freelancers?
yeah, I think so.
Much
We just met
easier.
on a ship, and yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say that, considering that this is going to be a formal noble occasion, it would be expected of me and my peers to introduce themselves by our real names and not our orderly names, so to say. So if you see me addressing myself as Krukenudog Vulskan, and I actually, Turnok actually stumbles upon that because he doesn't say that name too often, so it's kind of, does not come naturally to him. But if you see me addressing myself by my birth name, it's just because it is expected of me and it is the right thing to do. Okay?
So you mean we won't be able to be Orion and Oriana? The siblings?
I mean, you can, but in a more discerning society, you two being siblings is not gonna pass off as believable. So to
Then
say.
I'll just be Commodore Barnack Stoneheart.
See,
I mean,
you look.
that
You're
is
wearing
not-
the hat right now. You are, right?
Yeah.
You look great on that, partner.
Yeah. The thing
mean-
is, that's not lying. If anyone asks us, I own a ship. Well, I own part of a ship, but I own a ship. I just got into Postizia, and these two are freelancers with me.
You do know that a commodore typically owns multiple ships and commands them.
I
That's
know.
the point of being a commodore. Otherwise, you're a captain.
Well, I'm not a captain, so I have to be something, and I'm a Commodore.
No, that's just another captain.
Nope.
Okay. Like, he just sits there with a self-satisfied, shit-eating grin at how spectacularly this is obviously going to blow up in his eyes.
Yeah.
But no, seriously, freelancers. We are freelancers. We will introduce ourselves. Should we introduce ourselves with our last names, Jean-Jacques? Probably.
I think that's fine. The only reason why I brought mine up is just to make sure
Yes,
that
yours is special case thing. We'll just say Mr. Dupois if anyone asks us about you.
and as part of my no, never mind. I didn't take it. Never mind. Moving on.
All right.
I was gonna say I changed my appearance, but then I remember I didn't take the hat of disguise. So never mind.
All right. So, clippity clop. It takes you a few more, a good 10 or 15 minutes to get through the city, to the indication given by Jean-Pierre in his letter. When you arrive, you actually just see a beautiful white ornate carriage pulled up outside with a couple of drivers. Well, actually, a driver and what seems to be a very ornate looking soldier in like full plate armor, complete white as well, with the symbol of the Empire of Truth on it. The two heads facing each other. You know, when you guys turn off your cameras, it rearranges the order of the cameras, so it puts you in the wrong place on the stream.
I didn't click anything, sorry.
Okay, well, I'm gonna fix it in a minute. But in any case, you see the soldier sitting there, and seemingly with what seems to be a musket across his lap, just like heavy protection. You see another, what seems to be definitely a valet of some kind, in very formal clothing, not dressed at all for the weather, holding open the door. And as you guys wait to essentially park outside of the residence that you've come for, you watch as a pairing of the two most ridiculously dressed people that you've seen in the city so far, in just this extreme high court fashion, emerge. A very tall man with a bald head, kind of a grim face actually, completely contrasted by the colorful clothing that he wears. Very puffy, you know, kind of that 15th century feel to it. And next to him a wife in equally puffy dress, also very colorful, all like deep violets and greens and yellows about them. And they say goodbye to whoever is standing inside the door, and then turn and walk into the carriage. And I would say that definitely, you know, Jean-Jacques, you and Turnock, I think, as well, and Arby all recognize this must have been the Imperial Ambassador who is just leaving.
It's
So
unfortunate.
you have to wait about 5 or 10 minutes, and you actually kind of become late because of it. But there's no way to go faster without breaking protocol, as you know they have their chat, and you actually see Jean-Pierre with what seems to be a manservant of some kind standing beside him, saying his goodbyes at the door. Like he actually came out and talked to them still a little bit in the carriage, creating a bit of a blockage in the street traffic as well. But this is kind of expected with these kinds of people. So by the time that you pull up, you see Jean-Pierre standing there, talking with his manservant very quickly, and then the moment that he sees you, he just waves off the manservant and steps aside and waits for you to emerge and join him inside. But of course, first he awaits introductions. So he smiles, and the moment that the door opens, and for this, unfortunately you have to open your own doors here, unless you make Remy do it.
I absolutely just look at Remy and I point to the door and I'm like,
It's this really awkward moment where you make eye contact with your cousin. You all look around the cabin for a moment, and you look at Remy, and Remy's just sitting there and waits for stuff to happen, and then looks up at you. What? Oh.
come on, Remy.
And
do a
he
fucking
goes
job.
to open the door. And under his breath, he just goes like, "You said an administrative assistant.
Well, damn fucking assist me with opening that door.
I'll assist you. I'll shit in your bed later." Anyway. Like this whispered exchange, and then he opens the door, and he tries to bow. He's not super versed in this, right? But he does it charmingly enough, or he fails charmingly enough, that it actually earns a chuckle from your cousin, who is actually wearing this like really fancy thick winter coat as well, just thrown over. He almost looks like what we would consider a bachelor in, like, you know, one of those ridiculously expensive coats that you wear at home even though you don't have to. But he stands there and he waits, and Remy bows, falls out of the carriage almost, but lands on his feet and holds open the door while you all file past him towards Jean-Pierre. And
Just a small note is Jean-Jacques will go out first, and to those within the carriage, there's like almost a transformation that happens where his normally kind of cavalier, laid back bearing and mannerisms completely change, and he's all stiffness and proper kind of bearing. Like he stands up taller by like an inch, you know, and he's very much like adopted this persona seemingly of a person that's used to you know, mingling with different sorts of people than what he normally does.
So as you come closer to him, of course, he does that kind of formal embrace, right? He takes you by the shoulders, he puts a kiss there, he puts a kiss there, and another one. And he says, "Cousin Jacques, it is so very good to see you. It's been a long time. How are you?"
Cousin Pierre? Oh, sorry, Cousin Pierre. It is very good to see you too. It has been indeed. way too long.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, please go up, and my servant should show you to the appropriate room, and let me make some acquaintance with your wonderful friends. And he waits for the next person to emerge, which is... Who wants to go
I'm
next?
guessing that's me, just
Sure.
because I'm following that lead. I bow,
Okay.
and not ideally not the most the most beautiful bow that you've ever
Sure.
seen, but it is versed. You can see that I've done this before, and I just nice to meet you, sir. The name is Kulkenuldok Vulkshan, and I'm really glad to meet Jean-Jacques' family. He's always really passionate about his family. He's always putting the good word out. So it's really nice to finally get to meet you all.
He does the same embrace. He takes you by the shoulders, and it's awkward because with more humanoid people, he can just place the kisses and be as is. With you, your face has a different structure altogether. So he hesitates for a moment and just leans in further and kind of puts his cheek against yours for a moment, and then the same thing on the other side, and then same thing again, and it becomes this kind of like he has to really pull back because your snout obviously extends further. So it's kind of spectacle, but he, in true high-born society fashion, just carries on, and holds you by the shoulders for a moment, looks you up and down. He says, "Oh, it is very good to meet you. I didn't know that Jean-Jacques had friends who were so well spoken. Indeed, I may have some questions for you. I have just read about the rise and fall of Adara. I don't know if you've heard of that tome, but it's a recent publication and very interesting to me. Perhaps you can tell me a little bit of your family's influence and tribulations over the past, let us say, 50 years?
Oh, sir, I would most gladly want to actually engage in political conversations and my family's importance in the happenings of Adara, but it's unfortunate for me actually because this would be the most interesting story to tell. I am not in contact with my family for a long while now, and what I know from them, they don't look to me like the type of dragonborn that would actually mingle with
Of course.
with those events.
I apologize if I throw up any old wounds. Don't mean to pry, of course. I am just incredibly intrigued by this incredible thing that happened. I mean, the cult of the dragon. Can you believe it? Can you imagine? In any case,
Yes, sir,
please continue onwards, and my servant will show you the way while I meet your
Thank you.
charming friends. And he looks to the carriage and waits for whoever is going to emerge next. So Danny or Barney.
Tani, you should go next, Tani.
We'll say Core probably goes first just to get it out of the way. So they have a brief exchange, and then it's just the two of you left.
What
Ladies
do you mean
first.
I should go? You go first.
Ladies first, Tani. I cannot leave a lady alone in the carriage. That's nuts. Remember what Jean-Jacques said? Something about
hello? Are you all right in there? Do you need any assistance?
that? No. Go, Tani.
And I step out, and I position myself like super straight.
Okay.
My hands, they're like relaxed as much as I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you care to roll a performance check? Just to
Yes.
see how...
It's already falling apart. No.
How much did you roll?
6.
6. Okay. In that case, could you make a dexterity saving throw, please?
Okay, dexterity.
Face plant. Face plant. Face plant.
I am a lady. They will hurry to my care. 11.
Okay. So let's see here. Oh my. Okay. So as you begin to step out, you're so focused on keeping straight that you forget that like the part of the carriage where the stairs come down, that's actually, been outside the whole time, so it's kind of frozen over. So you feel your feet begin to slip. Being the dexterous monk that you are, you start to kind of catch yourself a little bit, but it's still very uncertain. And you start to fall. And actually, Jean-Pierre, swoops in and just kind of catches you right off the side. You know, he feels very accomplished about himself. You can tell immediately. And he just kind of holds you there for a moment. It's like really almost so cliche out of a book. He just holds you there for a moment. He says, oh, I'm so sorry, my lady. Are you all right?
Well, Hoppy, thank you so much. You saved me.
Of
How
course.
clumsy of me.
I would do nothing less. Of course. And he, gently helps you to your feet. And then he offers to take your hand and put a kiss on the back of it. He's very, very much showing off at this point. Probably not quite realizing the nature of his company. And places the kiss on the back of your hand. And he says, Jean-Pierre Chopin, very good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. I'm charmed.
Excellent. You can see an expectation in his eyes as he waits for a name of his own, of yours.
Oh yes. Apologies. Maybe the fall.
Of course. I mean, that was a very frightening situation.
And I hesitate for the tiniest second because technically I'm not wearing a dress, but also I'm a lady, so I should curtsy. So I curtsy.
Okay.
And I put my hand out again in case he wants to do something with it.
he just takes it and holds onto it a bit confused, like,
Yeah.
this is not how this works, but okay.
Yeah. Tani Kalatar.
Tani Kalatar, it is wonderful to meet you. Please be a guest in my house, and my servant will show you the way to where your companions are, and I will join you shortly after I meet the last of your companions.
Thank you kindly.
So wonderful to meet you. Guy, like,
And I
allows you to move on. Okay, Barnack.
Yeah, I saw Tani almost fall, so I'm making sure that I step properly.
Okay.
And as I walk out, I saw Tani extend her hand, so I extend my hand like this. I say,
Oh my god. Okay. He kind of looks at you for a moment.
I realize what's happening, and I do this.
Please roll a deception check.
Okay, that's not bad.
Please
Hold on.
take inspiration as well.
Just-
Barnack!
I think deception plus 0. Yeah, it's 0. So that's 16.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay. So what happens is this. He looks at you confused. As you move your hand, you see almost a light bulb go off in his head. He extends his own hand, like so, first, waits, then turns his hand and shakes yours.
Amazing. Oh my god.
Just carry on, old
Very-
chap.
yeah,
So good.
And he says,
it's very.
very good to meet you. My name is Jean-Pierre Chopin. And you are?
The honor is mine, Mr. Chopin. My name is Barnack Stoneheart.
I see. Well, it is always wonderful. I've never actually met anyone from Hogrim before. I didn't know that dwarves like you were present in the Republic. I thought you stayed far away. Well, you must tell me all about how my cousin came to snatch you up for his party.
Of course. Later, perhaps.
Of
Not
course.
whilst we're standing in the cold, of course.
Of course. And he
I
just
was
continues
not-
to shake your hand.
I
since
was
you
not.
still
Yeah,
have
I
it
was.
up.
I was not aware. Yeah, I was not aware that you knew our customs of the hand.
You see him pause for a moment, and he says, "Well, no, of course, any dignified and well-respected member of society in Postizia should be very well aware of the customs of our neighbours, and well, we may not be very familiar with the dwarves of Hogrim, but of course I have done my studies, just in case I should ever meet one such as yourself, so I'm very glad to put my knowledge to use."
Yes.
And,
Thank you very much.
Is this the... And he kind of whispers in, as if you guys are now in a conspiracy. He leans in a little bit and he goes like, Is this the appropriate amount of strength that I'm applying?
Perhaps just a bit stronger. When you see the stouter dwarf, the stronger the grip. Just remember that.
Okay. And he starts to
Thank you very much.
squish, and actually you feel there's some strength in that grip. And he like...
Good, very good.
Excellent. Well, please. And he attempts to
Yeah.
withdraw.
I let go. Yeah, I let go.
And it's awkward, right? Because it's really cold outside. So you guys have been shaking hands, and it's like your hands now warmed up from holding on to each other, and it's now like kind of sweaty as well. But you know, he plays it off very gently, and he just gestures for the house. He says, "If you would please follow me, and we will follow my servant into the appropriate chambers."
Of course.
Excellent. So good to meet you, and welcome to our wonderful city. How long have you been here?
Thank you. Well, for a while now.
Indeed.
Yes. We'll talk later.
Superb. So he leads you inside, and all of you have individually been directed to a chamber where there's actually set up a beautiful kind of lunch, late lunch in this case, with all kinds of cut sandwiches with different toppings, and you see that there's a warm kettle that's just been brought in, actually probably while some of you were sitting there, by another maidservant. And there's a vase with beautiful flowers on the table. Everything is like all the furniture is this white wood, very very elegant, with all these beautiful finishes on them. But you also notice that on the other side of the chamber is set, so like this is half, and then on the other half is set up several mirrors, kind of in a sort of wardrobe setup, and a whole rack of clothes. And as you guys are seated there, Jean-Pierre comes in with his manservant, and they promptly go over there, and he says to you all, "Well, I genuinely must be sorry, but unfortunately business has kept me so busy that I must combine some of my time here, and I'm certain that my cousin Jean-Jacques is more than appreciative of the incredibly difficult times that we face. So if you will allow it, I will invite you to partake in a wonderful luncheon while I also try on some clothes."
I kind of nod like, yeah, that makes sense.
It's definitely a sign of disrespect. Like, there's no question about this for those of you well versed in politics and manners. This is just an outright slight, but there's literally nothing you can say about it.
Is there anybody at the lunch except us?
Just you guys.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. Do you wish to address it? Because that is possible.
Yeah.
You are the cousin, so you are the one who could speak if you wished.
Yeah, I kind of look at him and I say, well, certainly, because I know that you're busy. So I appreciate you giving us the time of day that you are. And I've, as long as I known you to be one enamored with such things. And they kind of give him like a poisonous smile that I'm insinuating he's a fanciful guy that just takes more interest in clothes than things that he should be reading.
Like, he's already holding up this horrible fur coat, like all brown and scratchy and stuff, but he's holding it up like it's beautiful. He's just kind of checking it out in the mirror, and at times, like, even though he's conversing with you, he will lean over to his manservant and just whisper something, like super rude as well. But he's holding it up, and he just kind of glances over and smiles as well, equally poisonous. And the rest of you can read this like an open book, right? It's not like they're being secretive about this. And he just smiles and he says, "Well, some of us still have a chance to look good. Others are simply hopeless." And he puts on the coat, and basically throughout all of this, he's switching through different, especially coats and top outfits, that sort of thing. But yeah, so welcome, Jean-Jacques, and of course associates. Is there in fact a name that I could ascribe to all of you together? Have you perhaps picked something fanciful like Jean-Jacques Troop, or I don't know, something else silly and fun? to call all of you?
Well, actually, we are a member of the Guild of Freelancers, and we go by the name of Ashen Hearts.
Ah, that is a very respectable guild, or it used to be at least. And he lets that kind of hang there. But, of course, I did not invite you here for nothing. It's, in fact, I'm very appreciative that you've come. I would say that I have stumbled upon something of an opportunity here in the city, and I would think that I could use some of your help, and perhaps even the help of some of your friends, who I find mighty interesting, by the way, or perhaps a bit clumsy on the exit of the carriage, but never mind. And he smiles at Tani for a moment. You see, like, Tani's probably the only one who he has given a genuine smile to at this point. So, whatever, poison...
Cover my mouth, like, oh.
Whatever poison is in the air, that particular performance seems to have captured him more than anything. In spite of possibly the obvious, superficiality of it. But never mind that. In essence, it comes down to this. And please understand that everything that I share with you here today is in the utmost confidence and in the interest of our family. And there's kind of a serious note to him there, and he waits for kind of confirmation from you, Jean-Jacques.
I look at him, just no sign of a reaction for a little bit.
Of course. How is your mother, by the way?
Well, last I heard, she was doing swell.
Indeed. Even after losing 2 seats in the council, is it?
Well, such is the ebb and flow of Nordikian society. My mother has never worried about such things.
No, indeed. Well, we have an opportunity here for a position far more prestigious than anything that we've held before. In fact, I have the opportunity of joining the Postician peace delegation to the Freehold. However, in order to open up that opportunity, the current holder of that position, or at least the current favourite to hold that position, must find himself sufficiently inconvenienced so that he will no longer be a viable choice. Should he fall away, I will be next in line. That is, in essence, what I am asking of you. Frankly, I have little care for how you do it, or what you do, but as you know, I am not too fond of using the criminal element of this city, or any city, for this sort of business, as I think it requires a certain touch of finesse and must be taken care of with the appropriate amount of attention to detail, as you might understand. Do you think that you may be interested in helping me? Of course, I will appropriately compensate your companions, but I suspect that you understand the importance of this opportunity for our family.
Of course, cousin. When one is not able to complete a task on his own, he should ask those in his family that can. And I kind of smile at him again with the same poison.
Yeah, he just kind of shoots you a look, but he doesn't say anything to that.
But I ask, and who might this individual be that's currently holding the position?
Well, the gentleman in question is called Atticus Hope. He is a gnome, and he is a crown-minded delegate from the Merchants Guild.
Guys, I apologize, but I need to take 5. Okay?
Yeah, no worries. Crown-minded from the Merchants Guild, which, as you can imagine, is quite rare, with Miss Picars sitting as the Grand Pensionary and being very much against our steadholder. So it will not be too difficult for me to take his place, but currently they are being pressured to send him, and it would require either a sufficiently scandalous scandal, or for him to be removed by other means that, frankly, I would not care to know more about, but should you choose to pursue such an avenue, I will not oppose it.
I see.
I would,
And
I would prefer to avoid giving you more direct instructions, as you might understand, in the case of any questioning by particularly inquisitive individuals. But I think we understand each other well.
of course, cousin. When by would this need to happen?
Well, the delegates are not set to depart for another few weeks, but the sooner the better, preferably in the coming week. There may be an opportunity for some action to be taken during the Equinical, which I assume you've received an invitation to at this point through some means or another. But if that is
We
not
have,
suitable
yes.
for you, then any time this week would be probably the most appropriate. Otherwise, my support may begin to wane, and replacing him will not be a certainty.
I see. Yes, we haven't received any invitations, and we will be attending. So,
Well, and he kind of looks at you for a moment. On that front, I must congratulate you. Well done.
appreciate it, cousin. Is this the primary and only reason why you asked to meet?
But that is the opportunity that I've identified, but I'm sure that you've not been idle yourself, so I'm also very curious to learn of what you have been up to, and perhaps if anything at all will be beneficial to share with me, or with the family, in this time of uncertainty.
Hmm. Let me think for a minute.
Of course,
kind of-
if you have nothing else to share, I will be happy to converse with your companions, who are, in their own right, very interesting. We all need entertainment from time to time.
Well, please do. And I kind of point, and I shall
course.
consider whether or not something else is worth your time.
Of course. And like he kind of takes a break for a moment from the dressing. And the manservant just gets to work like organizing the clothes and getting another batch ready for testing, essentially. And he comes over and like immediately he just kind of pushes himself next to Tani, and whoever's sitting next to her just kind of gets a very, very short like, "May I?" and just like basically sawed off, and he just pulls up a chair and he sits next to Tani and starts questioning Tani, I don't know, about the very minutiae of life. Just every little detail of what where she's from and what she's doing here and how she knows Jean-Jacques. And so my question mainly is, do you wish to answer in full honesty, or is there anything that you would like to obscure, or most of it?
Well, he will know that I'm a monk, but I'll try to.
A monk, indeed. You.
I don't know what to answer. But I'll try to like skirt around the subject of from where.
Okay. He pauses for a moment, and then he looks around, and he, wherever Barnack is sitting, he kind of briefly draws his attention as well. He says, "And how did you two and all of you actually come to travel together, especially with a dwarf from Hogrim? As I understood it, your kind doesn't typically leave those grand halls at all if they don't have to. Is that correct?"
Yes, that is correct. And I just shoot a glance at Jean-Jacques, hoping that he knows that I have no idea where actually Hogrim is, even though Milos knows, like Barnack doesn't. So he's like, yeah, that is a very long story, which should probably be told over food as well.
Of course.
But the gist of it would be that we all met and we are together now, all of us.
Yeah. Well, we met in freelance training.
Yes.
Of course. So, of course, you are also one of these freelancers then, my lady. And like it's really awkward to have this conversation because in the middle he will just ignore Barnack or whoever else is around and talking
Oh no.
to look at her and ask her a question. Like literally half of the time this happens. So what made you choose to become a freelancer of all the many professions that would undoubtedly be open to you? I mean, there are, very interesting things that you can do in a city that are not involving fighting or anything dangerous.
Well, given my childhood of training in the arts of energies and fighting styles, well, I wanted to do some good in the world, and I figured I
Indeed.
could use my skills.
And where did you learn all this training? Is it where is this fabled, what is it, monastery? I suppose you might call it.
Oh, it's very far away from here.
You come from outside the Republic.
Well, not. Oh, jeez.
Please, do not let me press you into anything you do not wish to talk about, of course. So what is it that you bring to the group? And he just like turns to Barnack and like slams him immediately with what the hell do you do, basically.
I'm the leader here.
He kind of looks to Jean-Jacques, waiting for a response.
Just kind of like shrugs. Like, yeah.
Indeed, you are the leader.
Yes.
Jean-Jacques is following a foreign leader.
Oh,
Jean-Jacques
you see,
is not
it's-
following
Yeah.
a leader.
He has great prowess in leadership skills.
Indeed.
I put in here.
Us dwarves, from my land have different, different. How do we say this? I'm sorry. I have
Chutzpah, Barnack is, I believe, what you were looking for. Chutzpah.
No, I have talked in Dwarvish for so long, I have forgotten some words. I apologize. But us dwarves from my land do have different skill sets when it comes to leading people.
Indeed.
And that is what freelancers needed, it seemed.
And might you tell me a little bit about these special skills? I mean, I'm very interested. Your friend Jean-Jacques would tell you, but I'm always very interested in learning more about other cultures, especially one that is so close to our own, of course.
Yes. We do not really.
Well, you see, cousin, the problem is Barnack is not allowed to share. He's part of an order within Hogrim that is very secretive. Even I don't know the full extent of his training and his abilities, but he has shown time and again that they are exceptional, especially when we found ourselves on a particular ledge in terms of our destiny.
Indeed.
He was always able to rule the situation, so to say, and really show that he is a master in those situations. So while I agree and can confirm that you are always interested in foreign cultures, Barnack has been sworn to secrecy.
Indeed. Very well. Of course I will not pry any further. I would not wish for you to violate the traditions of your homeland. But I can only say I'm most pleased to make your acquaintance. So,
I
cousin,
just look at Barnack and I kind of, with my look, he like, you owe me one.
Yep.
So he turns to Jean-Jacques at this point, and he goes like, "So, cousin, have you had time to order your thoughts?"
Yes, well, we're still fairly new to the city of Watchhold. Not Watchhold, Pastitia. We also recently arrived, so my information would probably be a little bit insignificant, but I can tell you that the leadership structure within the freelancers is changing right now. They're voting for a new overseer in Watchhold as we speak. So
Interesting.
there is a potential.
I had heard something about the previous one. What was the name?
Overseer
Epatata?
Pirata.
Ah, yes.
Epirata.
She
Yes.
She died suddenly, didn't she?
Quite.
Do you know anything about
Yes.
that?
We've heard about it, yes.
Could you roll
It
a
was quite
deception check?
unfortunate. Yeah.
It's because, like, you get the impression. I mean, he's also probing you here on this topic
Yeah.
specifically.
24.
Okay. He narrows his eyes a little bit. You know, like, and by the way, he has like this kind of stubbly beard. He's trying to grow one. It's not really working. And he just kind of eyes you for a moment. Very interesting.
Very unfortunate for the freelancers, of course, but I am told that the prospects for the new leaders are quite good, and we know one of them quite well and hope that he will be the one to come on top.
Interesting. Do you know? I've heard some rumors that that some of the Empire spies actually have infiltrated freelancer ranks. Is that anything that you've heard about? Any
Very straight
whispers?
face.
Okay.
Yeah. I can say that I have myself. I would be surprised knowing the diligence of our fellow comrades, but I suppose it's not impossible after all. You did entertain some guests yourselves tonight that are closely tied to the Empire, so I know that they're interested in our society.
Well, indeed. You know, you really mustn't look too badly upon me for not inviting you to that particular part of the day. But that relationship is being cultivated very carefully, and it will be, in fact, play a part in ensuring that I will be one of the best choices for this peace delegation. But, yes, of course. Still, if you hear
I
anything...
do not take it against you.
Excellent. Well, still, if you hear anything about spies, I'd be interested to know. Mainly out of personal curiosity, but still. In any case, interesting. Well, I really have some more to do, so please feel free to complete your luncheon. I will just be right back. I must look into some matters, and then I will return. So if there's any more that we should discuss then, please let me know. But in the meantime, the table is yours. Try on some clothes if you like, and I will be right back. And he gets up, briefly looks at Tani, and just like offers this kind of awkward quick bow. Like, awkward because it's just so sudden, but he's definitely trying to make an impression. And then he heads out the
Nod
door.
and smile graciously
All right.
as much as I can. Like,
So he heads out the door, and one of his the manservant that was like arranging the clothes at this point just takes up position right beside the door on the inside, and he just says, like, you know, I will be available for anything that you require.
Thank you, kind sir.
You, as cousin, are probably at liberty to send him out of the room if you wish.
Yeah. I I don't. I don't want to talk anything serious here.
Okay.
So I kind of just ignore him.
All right. So, is there anything you guys actually do want to talk about in the time that he's gone, or shall we fast forward to what seems to be the end?
I'll just get closer to Tarnok and just say, so add another thing to that list.
Yeah, that's exactly like when Jean-Jacques hesitated and actually did not put the guy out the room. That was I was going to say if he was not here. So I'm glad Bornek is less composed than I am, because that's exactly what I was thinking. One more thing to the list.
All right. So if there's nothing else, you guys just chat away. You can eat some sandwiches. It's all very delicious. It's all very well put together. You know, you kind of see why high society has the certain status that it does. Although you also see the downsides. After about probably 20 minutes, he reappears in the chamber, and walking behind him is another manservant, and that person is currently carrying what seems to be a small chest, wooden, maybe about as broad as someone's, torso, and you hear the slight clink of coin inside. So that person stands by the door. That remains open at this point. And he comes back in, and there's like part of the table that's obviously free because you guys were also talking with him while he was trying on clothes. And he takes up position there, and he looks around the table for a moment, smiling. He says, "Very well. I'm afraid that some other important business has arisen, but this has been a very pleasant visit. I do apologize that it is a bit short, but of course, please feel free to visit again." And like he says this, his eyes are just on Tani. But he looks around the table for a moment, and he looks to Jean-Jacques especially now. And he says, "Now, cousin, do we have an agreement in the pursuit of this particular matter?"
We do, cousin. We'll do everything in our power to make it so.
Excellent. And he gestures for the servant, and they put down the chest, which clearly is filled with coin. And he opens it, and you see inside just a hoard of platinum. And at a guess, you would say maybe, a total guilder's value of maybe 2,000 gold pieces. And he says, "I've decided to pay you up front. I would like to avoid any possibility of this going wrong, and I shall say that regardless of my personal opinions, I trust you, cousin. So in this matter, consider yourself paid, and I trust that the matter will be resolved swiftly and with all due diligence and professionalism."
While
course.
looking at those platinum pieces, are they normal?
Yeah, they seem to be.
What is the face on them?
Yeah, the face.
There are actually several different versions. So some coins from a few years ago. Mostly, they are with the faces of the various not stadholders, but of the various Grand Pensionaries. So you see a few new ones with like Katerina Picar's face on them. You see a few Erythian coins as well, and you also see a batch with stadholder on it. So with Lord Ironshoe's markings on them. But this distinctly is different from the coins that you have. So the coins that you have are marked with his personal seal. So they were specifically made by his estate. These are just made by the Republic in honor of the
Right.
person that they are referencing.
Right.
Alright. So, inside here you should find more than enough coin to see you through any endeavors that might be required. Of course, you understand that this is not only your reward, but also your spending money, should you require it. But I believe that resolves our business here, and I will wish a very fond farewell to you for the day, and I shall hope to see you again soon.
Very well. Thank you very much for the business and for this delightful luncheon.
Of course.
And I kind of look towards the clothes and the insight into your fashion sense. Enlightening, as always.
Of course, I'm always happy to enlighten my less gifted cousins. And he smiles, like, genuinely this time. In
Smile
spite of
back
the
at him.
barbs, like, there's definitely... He enjoys that kind of engagement, probably.
Yeah.
So, like, he comes over and, like, he just puts out a hand. But when you grab it, he's kind of bulky. Mostly fat, but also strong. And he just pulls you into kind of, like, this brief hug. Where you can definitely... The rest of you can see that, like... cousins, but this man's still a bit older, a bit more senior, so he just has that kind of hold over Jean-Jacques for just a second. But of course, he releases immediately, steps aside, and he gestures for the coin, obviously for you to take. Indeed, inside are 2,000 guilders worth of platinum, so 200 platinum.
I'll add it to the haversack.
Pilders.
And yeah, you can wish your goodbyes. Is there anything anyone wants to say specifically to him, or are we good to leave?
200. Did you say 200 platinum?
Yes, 200 platinum.
Yeah, I'll just wait for everybody else to go out first, and I'll try and grab his attention for just a few
Okay.
seconds more.
You see out in the hallway, standing now, is a very annoyed Remy who wasn't allowed inside during this entire ordeal. So he was just standing like by the front door, essentially waiting like a manservant would. And he's a bit cold and a bit pissed, but the door closes when you catch his attention, and he turns to you. Yes, cousin.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to quickly see, with no company present, You have then not communicated with my mother in the recent times?
I have meant to, but I'm afraid that I've not had the opportunity to follow up with her. But to my knowledge, she is indeed well, so I do not believe that you have cause for concern. Although, for you, it may be prudent to resume communications as swiftly as you are able.
Indeed. Well, I will do my best and consider this matter taken care of.
Of course.
We will
of
get you
course.
that position.
Here, I will give you this gift since you are clearly very challenged on the fashion front. And he hands you the ugliest, probably a mink coat or something.
Yeah.
And he just hands it over to you. It's probably a little too big for you as well.
Yeah.
So,
I look at it with like such honest delightedness, and I'm like, "You are very gracious, my dear cousin. I look forward to seeing you at the, I forget the name, at the ball."
the Equinical. Yeah. And
Equinical.
he just kind of bows his head. He says, "Well, I would stay humble, but humility is for idiots. Thank you. I am very gracious."
Jean-Jacques nods and just leaves. It's like, nice guy.
Yo, I am really sorry, but would you guys give me like the shortest briefing possible about what is exactly the mission? Because I missed that one part.
That's okay. Let's say that you guys regroup outside. Your carriage is still there, ready to go. So you get back in the carriage. It's still a bit cold. Remy is a bit grumpy about how he was treated, and on the way back he can discuss how you want to proceed.
I hand over the mink coat to Barnack, and I say, he was so enamored with you, Barnack, that he decided to bequeath this exquisite coat unto you. So it is a gift for you, my friend. It is the most extravagant representation of your station as Commodore that one can imagine. So I would wear it with pride.
Thank you,
It's really
Jean-Jacques.
good
I
with your
will
hat.
probably send him a letter of thanks.
No, I don't.
Yes,
don't,
I will do that.
There is no
tonight.
need to do that. It is a breach of protocol.
I
It
still
is
have to.
considered bad manners to reach out to your host after them giving you a gift in such an underhanded way. They have done so in order to avoid that sort of thing. So please don't send them a letter. Just wear it with
That's
pride.
not.
You can wear
Jean-Jacques,
them
remember?
at the ball, and
Yeah.
that'll be
Yes.
3 forks, Barnack. 3 forks. Just remember 3 forks.
Exactly.
Oh,
Remember, this rule was something else you should have mentioned. But fine, I will
I
not
should
send
have.
him a letter
Alright.
about
With
the
my
code.
mouth.
All right. So what's the business? And like Remy, kind of gets really annoyed and pipes
Yeah.
in.
So I'll explain to Turnock that our goal is to ensure that Jean-Pierre is on the not expedition, on
Peace.
the
Peace delegation.
Peace delegation instead of this Atticus Hope fellow, and that we can do this in any number of ways, but we just need to essentially make sure that his favor within high society falls.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how does that qualify along with the other missions that we have? Is that top priority? Is we are abandoning everything that we are going to do so far to prioritize that? How is that going to fit in? We have 3 days to the ball, so we need to get to the bottom. When is that peace delegation going to? When you're going to decide who's going for that?
Well, and I kind of look to Remy. I say, I don't think it has to deter us from doing anything. I hope that if we meet with the friends of my friend here, that they can help us out by finding some information that we can then use during the
Equinical.
Okay. Equinical to spread and diminish this person's import.
I mean, they might do. Probably going to point us in the right direction. The Luca territory kind of reduced a little bit significantly since everything changed. But yeah, they can point us in the right direction for sure.
We also have coin now to procure their services if that's something
true.
that could help.
How much
So,
coin?
Enough.
You see him like twitching. It's like
I look at him as well. It's like, you didn't tell me about yours, so I'm not telling you about mine.
100 guilders.
that's all he's paying.
That's
More than
up
that.
front. And then he'll pay more when we finish it. Maybe.
Roll a deception check.
Fuck.
He doesn't believe you. He's like looking at you like,
Oh no. 11 in total. So
Okay.
plus 0.
he just stares you down with the grumpiest halfling, like middle-aged halfling stare ever. How
It
much was
enough,
it really?
Not telling ya.
Well, then I'm not gonna help you.
Yeah, you will.
so
You're
we're just
helping
supposed to-
him.
Yeah, I'll just run away. I mean, this is not the way. Like, some secrets, sure, keep them. I don't give a shit what you do in your free time. Obviously, this one isn't doing anything good with his spare time, but this is the core of our partnership. If I'm gonna be sending you somewhere and introducing you to contacts that trust me, then you at least deserve. I deserve to know how much we're being paid for this kind of thing.
Wait.
Oh, wait.
Where is this we coming from, Remy?
Well, obviously, I'm gonna be helping you. Do you think you can pull
Yeah,
this
we're
off
helping
alone?
you stay alive.
Yeah, but that was in exchange for the other favor. And now I'm going to be
Right.
helping you on this. I mean, it doesn't end just introducing you to the DeLucas. Obviously, you're going to need my help getting rid of this, what is it, Hope guy?
All right.
So, in exchange, I expect a fair share. I mean, you can make it 1/10, but I expect to share, and I want to know what that share is going to be. Or do you want me to just drop you off at the DeLucas door and go like, well, good luck? Obviously, I'm going to be around because you need to protect me, so I might as well help you out, right?
Does make a good point.
How about you get 100 gold pieces yourself?
Well, that depends whether it's fair on the total amount that you got. Why won't you tell me?
Jean-Jacques will tell you.
No, he can
One-
tell me, and he points at Turnock. He can tell me. That's an honest guy. I know an honest guy because I fleece plenty of them. So, you tell me, how much money did you guys get?
Sorry, Remy, but that's absolutely none of your concern. You contacted us in order for us to do
Oh,
business
sure,
with you.
sure, whatever.
You shut up and listen to me.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, sure. You stay silent because you are being an asshole. You are interrupting on some serious business here. You're not going to hang around to help us along. No, we are here to do you a service, and you are not associated with us. You're not associated with any kind of the freelancers guild or anything like that. I don't trust you. I don't know you. If Jean-Jacques' discretion is to not tell you how much money we're making from this job, we're not telling you.
Okay. Then I guess I'm not telling you.
1/20th, Remy.
Sorry? I didn't hear. this, Steve.
1/20th.
Huh. See, was that so hard? Mister, stick up your ass. Is that where you keep your sword?
I do not, Remy. You do not want to see the sword.
Look. Okay, I don't want to make enemies here. I get it. I'm difficult sometimes, but that, and he just points at Turnock, that was unwarranted. Very unpleasant. And there's better ways to tell someone they're being rude. Such as, hey, you're being rude.
You were being
and
rude.
You were totally inclined
I
to
am.
listen, weren't you?
But,
Right.
there's also the whole case of, I'm kind of on edge. Not
Come on,
nice.
Remy. I'll buy you ale. Come on.
I do
I'm
need
showing
an ale.
my-
I'll buy you an
I'm-
ale. I'll buy all of you an ale, even you, Grumpy.
I'm showing my thanks to him.
That's how
He
he
gets up on his chair, turns around, and moons you. And the whole cabin as a result.
Oh, I wanted to cold breath his ass so much, but
Do it.
I just I put both hands in the air and be like, all right. Everybody just calm down. Remy, you know you can be an asshole. They're not used to you. They don't know you as well
I was
as
just
do.
showing my true face. That's all.
You were. That's
But
true.
I get it. No, I will make this good with you. And he points to Turnock. I will make this good with you. But, it's a life-threatening situation for me, and maybe I'm entitled to being a bit of an asshole while I'm kind of running for my life and trying to get you guys onto the right path. Cut me some slack. But 1/20th is fine.
So you get 100 guilders.
That's
There
good.
you go.
Not a problem. Appreciate it. Consultancy fee.
Exactly.
All right. Where we going?
Well,
Arnok?
I
What's the
guess
first
it's a
thing
good
on our
as
list?
time as any to continue. Maybe we should just change from these clothes in case we get it.
So yes, we need to
Couple.
regather, and I thought this was going to take longer, so I didn't plan anything for tonight specifically. But we need to go back. We need to change into our normal clothing. And well, today's Sunday, and it's night already. It's a cold day. Perhaps the freelancers HQ can wait until tomorrow morning. I don't even think that they will be open at this point. So, well, it's Sunday night. I mean, is there any business that we are able to conduct in a Sunday night?
Well, freelancer HQ will be open for us. We are freelancers. If we need them to be open, they will be open. But at the same time, you might be right. Maybe
It's also not
people
that late yet, right? You guys were only there for about 40 minutes, so while the sun is starting to go down and get low in the sky, it's still before 5, essentially.
So I do believe it's appropriate that we get into, our normal clothing, and then we can head to the freelancer HQ and grab, and I am going to state this very emphatically with all of you, grab the last couple of missions or last mission for now, okay? Hold yourselves a little bit. Don't be so proactive. I now understand why people come to Postizia for work. It's so easy to find work here, but please refrain yourselves a little bit just because we are already way over our quota of things that we can handle in a timely manner. And eventually we're going to end up disappointing some of our contractors. So let's take it a little bit easier.
Should we go? Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Should we go to that other contract that we had and at least talk to them about it?
What, the murder?
No, this is
Yeah.
about the missing husband.
Ah, the missing
Right.
husband. Yes, the missing husband.
Patrick Sordenbrand and his
Tarnok says,
Wow.
yes, the missing husband scribes down.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm doing.
Just as Turnock finishes saying, let's not take more missions.
Oh, we
Barnack
already
says,
took this one.
Oh, yeah. Let's find
already
out what
took
the
this one,
other
and
mission
then-
wants. Yeah.
They also made an appearance in the newspaper,
Mhm.
so it's
Yeah, I
good.
read about that.
I mean, we
Multiples,
could
actually.
watch somewhere and see if we see any people trying to murder or any monsters.
Unless also,
Killings.
since we're already on the move, Remy, you think it's appropriate that we call on the DeLucas now?
I'd like some time to introduce the idea, and at least make sure Alphonse is waiting for you. Otherwise, they're
Yep.
not going to take kindly to showing up. They're a bit on
Makes
edge.
sense.
Lots on edge.
Understandably
Yeah.
so.
And he kind of looks at Turnock. If you think I was being an asshole, just, keep that temper down when you're around there, because Madame DeLuca, she's not interested in playing nice. I am. I'm just being... It's like I said, it's tense, but for her, it's always tense, and she's not looking to calm down.
I'm only entitled to be an asshole with you because you're friendly towards us. I know how to behave with people that can literally turn their weapons against us and kill us all. So I will keep my temper, don't worry.
Yeah, I would never turn a weapon against you. And he just looks to Jean-Jacques and grins, the widest grin, because he has a very different specialty.
Yeah. And, just Turnock's really on the edge with that amount of missions, right?
Mhm.
Like, as a good samurai, he's methodic with this shit. So it's this is too much. The amount of chaos that you guys bring to his life
Yeah.
Oh,
can be too much.
Tarnak, did you write down that we have to go and see those ruins one of these days?
No, not that. So, actually, we are gonna have right now a rundown of everything that we need to do. Like really, because we need to decide what we are going to do on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday before the ball. What needs to be done before the Quinical, and what can be done after the Quinical. This is the most important. What needs to be done? Information that we need to gather from what's the name of the family again? I'm sorry.
The Deluca.
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 Mhm.
So we need to grab information on the DeLucas and we need to fulfill the contract for your cousin. So those are the yeah, it's the same quest actually. But those are the things that we need to procure before the Equinical. And also I would like to return to the brothel. And if you guys allow me, I'll return alone just because I do believe that it's the best interest of everybody that we actually divide a few tasks here and there because we need to straighten some things up and I need to talk to Clement, which was
Okay.
the boy who was there. So
You are not officially part of freelancers, right? Not yet.
no.
Yeah, I can go there
Mhm.
with another person. Like
Yeah.
two of us can go there, and then another two can go to Lord Storms and check up on that person because we told them that we were protecting them, if I'm right.
Don't we need
Indeed.
to find out any, I don't know, any leads about Lord Fennec's mission?
There's
I
also-
remember his wife told us about a guy who was at the hospital or something that knew who attacked him, accosted him.
Right.
Shouldn't
Well,
we
that might
investigate?
know. Yeah, and I hope that we can also discuss this with the Lucas if they know who might have been operating in the area, because that will point us at least in the direction of which criminal enterprise executed the attack, and then we can maybe find
So
ways to interrogate.
So maybe
So-
hospital first.
I mean, that
Priorities. Priorities. Does this
Yeah.
need to be done before the ball?
Yes.
Yes.
The ball is basically why we're going to the ball. What? No, the
Well, that's
Lord
why you were
Fennec's
going to the ball.
mission. Lord Fennec's mission is part of. What am I even saying? She's
That's
gonna
That's
You
why
were
we're
going
going
to
to
the
the
ball.
Equinical at
Yes.
first.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's
what I
not
was trying to
that's
say.
not why I am attending to that.
But that's what we were attending. because
Why
we
are
had
you
to
That's why you're
find
able to
Lord
attend. in the
Fennec's
first place.
situation. Yes.
Why are you I forgot. Oh no, I didn't. That's fine.
Oh, you definitely. I'm not going to spend another 20 minutes writing on my wall here about what I am going to do there.
All good.
One more thing that is perhaps not a must before the Chronicle, but would potentially prove to be very beneficial, is if we dealt with the painting and the statue. I don't know,
The statue, yes.
Tally, where you're at with that, but
So you
if we
can.
worked with the division,
The tens up.
yeah, if we work with the division for unusual circumstances or whatever the fuck their name is, I know it, but I can't remember from the top of my head. If we work with them and we enable them to further their investigation, I'm hoping that we can get a permit to carry our various accoutrements inside, because otherwise we would be going into the event as civilians without our various weapons and items, which I hope is absolutely fine, because I do not want to get in a situation where we have to pull our weapons at that place, because that's going to turn into an absolute clusterfuck if we do. But just in case, if something goes down and we need them, it's better to have them than miss them while we're there.
If I may, at this point, Jean-Jacques, as you're talking about this, you have a thought. None of the new magic items that you guys have acquired are registered with the proper authorities. You don't have permits, you don't have proof of ownership, you don't have anything. So,
Right.
Just keep that in mind.
And we have to do that, right?
That would be appropriate, but the problem is you don't have, a sort of receipt or whatever, proper documents, because especially with magic items, the more powerful, the more documents you have, they need to be approved, they need to be tested, they need to have been registered with not just the authorities, like as in the government, but also with the university, so that everything can be proofed and properly. So that's a process that takes weeks with new items, and with yours, there's even a question of how you got them and whether that's legitimate.
Oh,
So I explained that.
Right, the university.
Right.
That can wait. Okay, the university.
That
can
doesn't
wait.
have to happen before. Yes, that
Yes.
can wait. I think it probably becomes even more important that we deliver to the division if we are able to, and if you're okay with it, Tani, because perhaps getting a permit with them we would be able to expedite the whole process.
Wait, Jean-Jacques, did you say that whatever statue thing, or was it someone else that said it? Was it like sending an expedition there? Like if we deal, do we get teleported somewhere? What was it?
Well, that's my assumption
Okay.
that we do.
Question:
And
if we
yeah.
do that, do we have a certain way of coming back until Wednesday?
well, that is a good question. And if we cooperate with the division for what is the full name, Kevin?
The Unusual Services Division.
Unusual service.
USD.
If we cooperate with the USD, I'm hoping that we wouldn't be going in alone, and that by cooperating and assisting them, we might make sure that we have a way to return. At the very least. That is my hope. But
Let's then do this. Let's talk to them tomorrow and see if they have a way of bringing us back, even with their people, if we need to come back quick. If they don't, if there is no certain way to come back from wherever, if it's teleporting us, then we shouldn't do it before Wednesday.
agreed.
Can't we negotiate a way for them to give us a permit in exchange for any information that we might give them instead of me trying out the words? Because I don't.
Potentially.
I mean, I could reveal that I'm from. Yeah.
Yeah, we could.
In
negotiate.
exchange for a permit, maybe.
No, Tani, we can't do that. I don't think that's wise because we don't know. Well, I believe strongly that their reaction to that would not be beneficial.
Okay.
We can say that we've obtained the information, and we can give them all of the information that you're willing to share, but I wouldn't reveal yourself to be a member or a former member. Because explaining to the government that you used to be a member of this particular society and are no longer hinges on them trusting you, and that trust might be paid with a lot of time spent in the interrogation chamber.
It's just that, well, if I need to, I know I will know the words, but I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah.
And that's part of what I have to tell you, but not right now.
All right. Well, as I mentioned, it's the worst case scenario that we actually need our items and weapons, and since most of them, if not all of them, are not registered, that proves it will be very difficult.
Okay. So, at this point, you guys have been talking for a while, right? But I think the main point was to decide at least what you'll do next. For the evening, I think you want to go to the freelancers thing and something else.
Was it the hospital?
Please
may
do.
I intervene
Yeah.
real quick? I just had please correct me if there's something missing, because there probably is. But we need to go to the freelancers HQ and get to know the taskmaster and what you need from us. We need to look up on the missing husband, which is Patrick's sword something. Contract, and the Lord Fennec's contract that initiates by going to the hospital. There's the painting and the statue, so we need to contact Cadence. The murders in the newspapers, which we already, we are also interested in looking out for those. So, and this would be nice to talk to the DeLucas about, because if there's some crimes happening, perhaps they would like to know more information on that as well. The thing about crime organization is that if there's someone who's actually committing crimes that are not them, they get jealous.
And asking about
So
the murders helps with Basil's
yeah,
big mission.
yeah. So then there's DeLucas and JJ's cousin contract, and I stare Remy down, protect you. What else?
That's right. Well, as a dungeon master, I have to intervene and also point out. I don't know if you mentioned the Aga's Hill, the town 2 days ride
Oh,
from
yeah.
Justitia.
That's
Mhm.
after the.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aga's Hill is the contract. It's Basil's contract, right? So I'll just
Yeah.
put Basil's contract in general here,
Okay.
because that's going to be a long one.
Then we have, and this is also after the event. We have the ruins.
The
The
ruins.
Dwarven ruins?
The
Yeah.
Dwarven ruins. Okay.
Well, that should go after. Sorry, if you can just put Kor's father before that.
Yes.
Okay.
That should
Kor's
be
father
after
is
Kor's
another
Because
one?
we'll be closer to that then.
Guys, question: did I make my world too complex?
Oh, it's fun.
And
Everything, everything's coming together.
Yeah.
I'm
And
just
there's
listing.
also,
I'm
there's
just
also,
listing everything. Yes.
there's also one more thing, and that is finding. Let me tell
Nemo?
you exactly. Who? No,
Dory?
no. Hold on. Just a
Private
moment.
Ryan?
Please continue while I find it.
Finding Frodo?
So, but what I'm doing is that I'm listing everything, and we are going to do our business tonight. As usual, you're going to pick one of these tasks and go and pursue it. But as of tomorrow morning, when I have some time alone in privacy, I'm going to make a neat, organized schedule that I highly recommend that we follow. I know that this is hard, but it is important that we actually get to everything in a way that doesn't freak me out. Okay? So it is really important.
Found it. We need to find Mr. Johann Strauss.
Johann Strauss. Isn't that
Yes.
this name rings a super bell on my mind, like on
It's-
my
it's a-
players, yeah.
compo-
Who is that?
It's a composer, right? Well, I don't know if
I
it's
think so.
Johann.
Strauss is definitely a very
Yeah,
well-known
composer.
German name.
Yes.
No, is that there's this other.
Yeah.
Okay, Johann Strauss.
Johann
Yes,
Strauss is an
Johann.
Austrian composer.
Mhm.
Yeah. And
He's one of the
here
good
we have to
Austrians.
here we have to find him, but that can also wait after the ball.
Okay.
Why do I have to find them?
It's
After the ball,
after the
there's
ball.
also the Mage's Tower that we need to investigate, which was another quest from Appy.
That as well.
Not
The
Appy,
what?
but it's a quest from Basil to
Mage's
go to
Tower.
that tower and obtain something. I need to double check.
Mage's Tower. Okay.
Yeah, Mage's Tower.
And that's it.
That's it.
Well,
I'm starting to draft at the same time. I just listed everything, and it's literally
Okay.
this long. This is the amount of quests that we have right now.
That's
it's
fine.
not all of them, but never mind.
It's not all of them.
Okay, at this point, you probably have arrived at the Stormcrow Tavern, so I'm imagining the scene as such. You've been talking about this the entire ride home. Turnog's been taking notes. You got inside, still talking, completely ignored Finn because you were so engrossed in the conversation. Upstairs, each of you is in a different room, shouting things, or, if it's secret, bringing it over quietly. Just like, half in clothes, half out of clothes, trying to change and bringing up new things that are being added to the list. And Turnog, like you're changing clothes and making notes at the same time. It's quite a fun and hectic environment, I think.
Yeah. And I'm sketching a letter to the order.
Okay.
The Order of the Lost Heart, because I don't, there's KO, which is my master, but obviously both me and him, we all respond to the same person, which, well,
The Grandmaster, yeah.
Yeah. We still haven't come up with anything for that guy.
So you're not like an exile? I thought KO told you? I'm asking you as a
No,
player.
I'm an outlaw, but oh yeah,
In the country.
it's in the yeah, it's for the eyes of the Order of the Closed Fist, actually. Not
I see. So the parent order, right?
No, more like the Grand Duke is the political authority, right? The Grand Duke, the Grand Duchy of Ostrozia, that's where he's an outlaw. That was, if Turnok shares this, indeed orchestrated by the Closed Fist, which currently kind of controls the court. And that is what's happening, but that doesn't mean, like, what you guys know of Ostrozian politics and traditions is that being declared an outlaw, instead of in Posticia where you're essentially literally outside of the law, in Ostrozia you're expected by honor to present yourself before the nearest authority. In this case it would be the Grand Duke, in fact, to prostrate yourself and subject yourself to the law and the judgment of your betters.
I see.
But basically, the letter describes my findings so far, my current, where am I in to the based on the place that I set out from, and also detailing the fact that I'm not able to return home at the moment, but eventually I will face the consequences and I will present myself to court.
Do you mention
But
that you are with KO?
if I mention that I am with KO, or if I met with KO.
Yeah, if you are, whether you met or whether you are together now. So do you mention either
No,
of those?
yes. I mentioned briefly seeing Master KO during my
Okay.
my missions.
All right. Very good. So, with all that behind us, I mean, it is now 20 past 10, and considering that I think you guys only wanted to do the Freelancer HQ tonight, right?
Yeah.
Well, was that or the hospital? I'm not sure what we said in the end.
Well, you got the impression that, let's say, visiting hours at the hospital are probably
not
in the evening.
Yeah, so freelancers. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it's
freelancers.
probably around like 8. The sun is down. It's cold. It's starting to snow again. And as your carriage trundles onwards, let's say you pay another gold piece for this additional journey now, because you have been taking up quite a bit of time for this carriage. But for the whole group, it's it's not the most luxurious one. And you make it to the Freelancer HQ. Let me pull up my notes here. Oh my god, too many. Right, so you pull up to the Sleet Street Archive. It's formerly it was just literally an archive before it was occupied by the freelancers. It is colloquially now called the Vault, especially by freelancers themselves, because this is where every copy of every freelancer document in any city is sent. So, like, literally every contract, every employment record, every bit of information or knowledge is all stored here under very heavy magical protections. Other than that, though, the place is pretty deserted. Like, the taskmaster's there's maybe a few attendants and clerks, and that's it. When you guys come in, like, the front desk is empty. Immediately, you notice, because it's already quite late, but you guys make it in, probably with a password that you've learned for this location, which essentially just unlocks the door. So you can make it inside, and you see a fire burning in the next chamber behind the desk. And you deduce that probably there is someone who works here who's currently just kind of taking it easy just in case. Making your way through, you see sitting there, kind of half asleep, is a halfling with like a kind of a bad scar around his eye. It looks like it might have hurt the eye, you're not sure. Bald, and he's just kind of got his head on his chest. He looks a bit muscular, definitely, has a background in adventuring. And a very nice, heavy purple doublet on. And he's just kind of sitting in a chair, and it seems he was reading something, and he's just fallen asleep. Just kind of like... And as he does so, you see that his mouth opens a little bit, and you see a row of silver teeth. So, what do you say?
Wakey, wakey.
Oh, hey dudes. What's up? Oh, it's pretty late, huh? What are you guys doing? Oh, you must be folks I've been waiting for.
Ashen
Hearts.
Hearts.
Right. Hearts. Good. He pushes himself up, and like you can tell he's elderly at this point, and you hear like multiple bones cracking in his body audibly as he stands up. And even when he stands, you know, like he's still significantly shorter than Barnack. Like he's probably shrunk with age at this point. But he kind of like puts his hands on his hips, stretches a little bit. Sorry, you know how it goes. Years go on, doesn't get any easier. What are you gonna do? Anyway, real nice to meet y'all. Who's I don't know any of your names. I'm really sorry about that, but that's, you know, I don't want to get the ledger now. Who's in charge here? Because I need to speak with you. You.
Yeah,
And you are
Barnack.
Barnack. Real nice to meet you. Ferdinand Silver. You probably knew, but anyway, I had a message for you guys because you picked up a contract, and he kind of like looks around, can't find what he's looking for, and then he looks at the table and there's like a stash of folders and paper, and he picks it up and he looks through. You picked up the Sword and Brand contract, right? They're asking for additional assistance immediately. Extra pay, 200 guilders per person. Ooh. Looks like your contract giver got into a little bit of trouble. Not sure what it is, but it's looking unpleasant. Might require immediate attention. I was actually hoping you would show up sooner, but I guess, you know, life's gonna do what life's gonna do. So I'm glad you're here now. You all look very healthy, by the way. That's always good. Not always the case with our type. But yeah, there's an address here, and he quotes you an address like in the middle of Cat's-Eye West, just in the middle of nowhere in some of the slums. Looks like Miss Sordenbrand and her, well, it was actually her, whatchamacallit, assistant who came by and insisted I should tell you immediately. So, of course, I sent a letter, and here you are. So, real good. And he was real adamant that you show up immediately because apparently she's been inconvenienced by... And he looks at his note. That can't be right. It says spiders from another dimension.
Spiders from another dimension.
That's what it says.
Nope.
Nope, Tarnok. Wait, Tarnok. That is what freelancers are for. Spiders from another dimension.
That's what it says. Looks like they're at the Weave Wills.
Stop smiling, Barnack. Just stop smiling.
No
It's
politics.
Not smiling.
No politics. No people to tell me what to do. Just monsters and killing.
He's just standing there, like, waiting for you guys to finish talking, and he goes on. They're at the Weave Wills Asylum. Oh, that's where... I read that in the newspaper. That's where some of those folks woke up. Anyway, pretty sure you might get a premium if you go out now, but I wouldn't blame you if you stayed the night and headed over in the morning.
Is it open? You think we can get there now?
It'll be open for you. You're freelancers.
Of course, we're freelancers. That's what I say. That's what I always say.
Of course you are.
Of course
Be
we
proud
are.
of what you are.
We are.
Good.
I turn to Barnack in Dwarvish, and I say I'm too old for this shit. In Dwarvish.
He follows up. Silver follows up in Dwarvish. Hey guys, what are we talking about?
Family stuff.
Oh, I apologize.
I speak in Aaron and I just say, I don't know what your guys are talking about, but it sounds cool. And I'm just like, I guess it's just the wind coming out of my mouth.
Yeah, it's just like... he just kind of looks at you.
Jean-Jacques?
So it's like, you all right?
Yeah, I thought we're just showing off speaking different languages. So.
Oh
thought
no,
I'd
I
do
was
it.
just trying to, keep up with dwarf and tall dwarf over here. He looks up. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize."
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
It's very dark in here.
Taskmaster
Okay.
Taskmaster Silver, we'll get right on that. May I call you
Excellent.
something else?
Sorry,
Is it Taskmaster Silver or something else? Should we call you
Mr.
something
Silver's fine. I know most of my
Meh.
colleagues prefer Taskmaster, but I find
else?
it a
Yeah, Mr.
little
Silver.
formal.
I have a personal request to get into the vault. Would that
Okay.
be possible?
Sure. You'll have to fill out the proper forms, but yeah, that's not a problem. Someone, if
Okay.
you're particularly moral, upstanding type, whatever, yeah, you can do it.
Yeah. Perfect.
He
Okay.
gets lost in the middle and just gives up.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Hold on, I'll grab the forms for you, and then you can be on your way to the asylum. And he just goes into like a filing cabinet, and like, kind of like halfway through, you realize he's just standing still, and he fell asleep in the middle, and you think, oh, grabs a form.
As he does so, I just look at Turnock and the rest, and I'm like, perfect. 2 birds, 1 stone. We went to the freelancers. Now we take care of Lady Sortenbrand tonight. 1 day, 2 things. Cross off the list.
What do you mean 2? We already went to your thing.
Here you go.
That's 3 things.
I meant after the list was compiled.
Here you go,
Okay.
Mr. Smaller Dwarf.
Yeah.
That's your
I
form.
turn to
Just-
Jean-Jacques. I'm sorry. Just you can proceed.
Oh,
I
he
can
just
say
says,
afterwards.
there's your form. Just get it back to me when you want access to the vault, and I'll file it, and you'll have to wait 30 minutes to get it approved, and then you can get in. Make sure you come early. I don't fancy staying up late just to indulge you, but other than that, you're free to enter whenever you want.
Thank you.
Is
Thank
that
you very
everything?
much. For
That's
now,
everything.
yes, we'll be back when we
Well,
finish this.
actually, 1 second, and I turn to Turnock, and I just lean in and I say, when I worked with them for the first time, we had to do like a provisional freelance association type of thing to make it official. Would you be opposed to just being part-time associated with the freelancers just to make sure that all the documentation is in place so that we don't get into trouble because of it? Because technically,
Actually, politically speaking, I have no clue. I haven't put a
You
single
absolutely
thought
can. The
into that.
freelancers, they mainly care about just having it on register.
I just say like technically you wouldn't be entitled to any of the rewards. We would of course I think share. That's not a problem. But bureaucracy in the Republic's a real big thing. So I think that if we don't have you officially on the ledger, it might prove problematic in the future. So
Nah, don't worry. I don't want anything to get in our way.
That's a
Right.
smart gentleman, because if you go and waving around your freelancer badge and one of you is not a freelancer, that's going to turn out real bad for you. All right, I'll get the provisional whatever. I'll get the form, and he heads back, and it takes another 5 minutes, and he gets you the form. You can fill it out. You can get Turnock essentially signed up as a provisional freelancer, which does indeed not entitle you to any rewards. But the parties, obviously, at their discretion, can choose to share with you what they deem is appropriate, and at the same time, it does allow you to act in the capacity of a freelancer, which is some additional freedoms and responsibilities within the Republic.
deputize.
So, having deputized Turnock, you guys set out for the Weave Wills Asylum, and that's where we'll pick it up next time when we play again.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
I just turn to them and I say, "There's interdimensional spiders listed in my
Perfect.
notes. This is absolutely insane. You guys
No,
are
that's-
crazy."
That is good, Tarnok. Listen,
Rub
with
my hands
spiders,
together, then my robe, and like I am ready.
with spiders, Tarnok, you don't have to ask questions. You can finish the spiders quickly. Or they finish you quickly, but it's not complicated.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for playing. If anyone was watching, thank you so much for watching, and we'll be here again next week with more of this game.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here, Carlos. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you.